Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Fuck are you on about, spectrometer? 'Cause if you're gonna sell Bibles in here, I want to cut. Jimmy Gamma Max moved up again. It's not always a bullish thing. No, I'm not feeling better today. What are we opening? 4580? 4580. 45. Hold on. That's not fucking right. 4580. Oh, okay, 4585. There it goes. Just 4590. Above 4590. That might be about it. Alright, let's consolidate here and see what happens. Don't forget to thank Bithead. Oh shit! Thanks, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Bithead a big fucking shout out from down under for hooking you up. I appreciate it, man, if you're still around. Sideways 8, welcome to Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you out of the country club. Why'd you make my wife sick? Also, when did you hang out with my wife? I don't really think that's any of your business. What's Top doing? Ooh, Top moved up hard overnight. Nice. Okay. Jimmy's bouncing a little. Where the fuck? Hold on. Ooh, dork. Top did crossovers. Well, it's doing crossovers. It's crossing over. It's pretty exciting. Beyond hit 950. Almost hit 950 in the pre-market. Nice buy range for Oxy. It's getting cheaper, yeah. Are you prepared for what you're buying there though? Because I feel like a lot of people are buying Oxy and they don't really understand why. Do you have Greeks for Beyond? Uh, yes. They're kind of useless. Well, tops are. Beyond's not so much, but the only one that matters on Beyond right now is Delta Neutral, which is at like $10. Everything else is super far out of the money. Upstart's ripping. Okay. Nice call on Palantir. Those 15Ps are 130% and counting. Nice, dude. Yeah, they're up a bit. Palantir's been coming down hard. Ads hitting 2 minutes into the stream. Bullish. Yeah, I think the does like voice recognition or something. Apparently anytime I talk or get excited, it immediately cuts to an ad. BYND short liquidity? Not a lot of it. Beyond's been on Reg Show for like 28 consecutive days now. So most of the available short liquidity every day is just going to go to covering the either netting out the prior day's FTDs or netting out any FTDs due on the like Rule 203 rolling basis. Okay, that's interesting, Dork. Hey, NFL. Where support is here? I guess 75. That was fun. Snap still running a little bit. So Mag 7 propping all of this up again. No, not entirely. Actually, a little bit of breadth today. Bilateral pumpies. Could you post the daily? No. What do you want to know? Good morning, Puffin Man. Like the stream for the bandwidth. Thanks, Mikado Ray. Jafer says Jamie run is over. Full port calls. Well, tempting. Did he win? He's not entirely wrong. Most of it's fucked at this point. But earnings is a wild card. Did you Apple yet? What do you mean did I Apple yet? Oh, alright. This is working out fantastically. I want to know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day? Or just generally speaking? You're trying to quiz me on CCR, bro? What in the gap up shit is this? I don't fucking know, man. This entire market's a joke. Jimmy earnings call. Charlie Kelly is the speaker. Announces they're liquidating. Yells "Wild card, baby!" The stream ends. I just started. Do you trade options? Did you answer them? What if they had the secret, Posty? So BOE says hedgies have 800 billion in short treasuries. What do? Watch them get squeezed out, I guess, for now. I don't think we have much of a choice. That was a nice bounce on Upstart. Carried a little higher, too. T-Doc, Rivian. Ooh, Beyond's back above $9. Tup's trying to stay relevant here. All right, let's look at flows. Oh, you piece of shit. It's like call side profit taking and some put buying for the most part. Price futures. Okay, futures fell back into the neutral range. Downside support there is at 45.80. Roughly where we were last night, which should be about 45.75. Yes. Stopped. Try this again in a minute. These contracts are a little pricey this morning. All the interest on GME is just going to concentrate around $15 all day. All right. Mag 7 dead. Market down today. The Mag 7 aren't dead. Yeah. They're not doing great. Apple's down a little bit. But it ran so hard yesterday. Ooh. Put interest picking up at 75.80. Looks like out of the money calls and out of the money calls selling off a bit. How is this the same fucking price? $4 higher. Some time on those. We're thinking just static on SPX or probably down. Probably down to like 75 again, given enough time here. YouTube ads are on every day, whether I turn them on, whether I turn them off. They're always there. VIX at 1277. What's the cheapest price volatility instrument for a pour to buy? Out of the money SPY calls, I guess? Or out of the money QQQ, or out of the money QQQ puts or calls, or puts or puts. Sorry, I'm fucking dying right now. But I think those would be the cheapest. I don't know. Something like UVXY or VXX might be pretty cheap, but liquidity might be weird. So might the pricing. YouTube ads are the new normal. For the love of God, please don't talk about companies you can't stand. I keep getting Instacart ads. Stop searching Instacart, man. Google's catering to you based on your prior search history. Let's upstart resistance levels above 3404. Ooh, good question. 3651. I can look at the Greeks and see if anything moved around. Give me a second. Nope. Still above Gamma Max. Third day above Gamma Max. So there's a fourth day above Gamma Max. Gamma Max is at 3172. That's not completely unreasonable. Very similar to like June's setup. I will say Upstart didn't pick up a lot of Delta last night, so it may not last very long. Ooh, Fixie's turning up a bit. Let's see. Gold's up 40 BPS. Wheat's rocketing. Wheat's up 5.7%. ES 30 BPS, NQ 23, YM 25. Russell's killing it. Russell's still got a lot more room to run. Dixie's flat. Yes, JPY's up. 2-year and the 5-year are up. 10, 20, 30 are all down. That's interesting. Beyond's very sensitive to the upside upon buy pressure? No. I mean, for IWM it is. Interesting. Oh God, I really hope we don't stagnate here all day. That would be a fucking nightmare. Any news for wheat? I mean, there might be. I don't know what it would be though. I usually don't pay very close attention to it. If we don't drop below 45.80 in a big way, we might just bounce hard. I don't know what we'd bounce into, but I could see us get, like, if we don't drop below 45.80, I could see us just getting stuck here for the rest of the fucking day. The S word, stuck. Yeah, I'm gonna not short Affirm. It's probably a bit too soon. Maybe order one of those immune booster IVs. I don't like the dying. Wow, Gen. Good to know that if I got sick, you're out. Getting pharma stock scam ads. Well, you know, at least they highlight what the scams are, right? Think of the service they're doing you. It's even more of a nightmare. Momentum is still trending down, though. It's slowing. Is Tup gonna rocket? I mean, define rocket. Oops, I entered too many 45.85p. Maybe. Yeah, maybe you did. Tup hasn't fallen to the center of the earth yet. There's not a lot of covering on it, however. I wish there was a little bit more actual covering going on. Huh. When you say stuck, I butterfly. They're pretty nice for that. I'm not out. I'm helping. Okay. Good sign. Hoodie sweatshirt day. That was chilly. What's up, crypto? They're gonna run 500% this week. Run what? 500%. Rocket to 225 or 250. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay. As long as you don't have popcorn traders price target of like 20. I exited half my Palantir short position at the bottom today to cover remaining costs. Let's ride. Let the rest ride. Let's fucking go. Okay. Oh no, I jinxed it and it's turning around. There's resistance at 85 if it makes you feel any better. My $3 Fubo CC expiring Friday or toast. You could roll them out. You take a big hit rolling them out past like to OPEX or something. Come on, I thought everyone knew the rules about selling CCs on meme stacks. You don't sell them into the ETF FTD covering periods, and you don't sell them into the after the post OPEX period. How's Jimmy's short liquidity looking? Pretty substantial. Yeah, they still have a bit left. IV picking up today might be a help. I'm just not going to play earnings. I'm just going to wait till after earnings and then see what's going on. Doesn't do me any good to buy options on the stock running to 25 overnight and then opening back at 15, right? Yeah, we know. Unrelated. What's a covered call and how do you sell it? Oh, Jesus. Book of MOASS? No, it kind of looks, it's still in its, like, range bound. Might test 350. Might look at Tesla. Does it have more room to the upside? Kind of double topping there. It's about where it double topped yesterday, too. Hold on, I'll let you know. Oh, fuck. It got rugged here yesterday. If it falls back below 40, that's a little bearish. I still want to see it break 33.30 before I buy any, like, duration on shorts, but you can probably scalp a breakdown of 40 if it happens. Come on, Beyond, just test delta neutral. You're so close. How does Apple look? Also, they're playing an unusual amount of ads. I've seen 5 already. Jesus fucking Christ. I think I have everything turned off. It's off. That's off. Let me know if that helps at all. Let's see why it would, but I know it's not me. Just kind of hoping there's something on my end I can change. I'm not mad about the cowboy boots ad. Alright. Top getting volume and green peonies. Well, don't get too excited. I've seen 0 ads. Maybe it's ad block. Maybe it's Canada. It's both. They know you don't have any money because of your housing situation. So you can't buy anything. No one wants to advertise there. And then also ad block. Alright, let's see here. I'll check this. Okay, so futures is kind of rejecting on the retest of 45.90 from the downside. I guess it has a little room to slip. RSP is still doing really well, though. Mine are all cars, unrelated. We're car shopping. Is breaking up or down on SPX? I'm not kidding. It could really get stuck here. Our housing industry is strong and resilient. Overpriced. Reach out to Fubo to see if they provide streaming services like YouTube that you'd be bring like a cult with 500 people with you. In the world of cults, that's a decent sized cult. What's a good entry price to go long BYON? Why? Is there one? It's just overstock. The company's sucked forever. Chasey a bit now. Thought I had stops, so it looks like they were just good for the day. Oh, it sucks. Also, my Costas is negative, so I'm not concerned about being assigned. Oh, okay. Then what are you worried about? Can anybody say anything bad about the Telluride? Anything they went with instead? I have a friend who has one. He loves it. They're kind of shitty on gas. You're well on your way with this cult. Question is, what will you do with it? I don't know. I thought I'd just hang out with everybody, teach them about options occasionally. Make fun of them for trading badly until they trade well, or they leave. Not a very good cult leader. QQQ failed. That's kind of a big deal. Looks like Overstock ran with everything else. Ooh, yeah, if QQQ breaks 15.9 again, that's pretty bearish. Maybe the smart thing to do here is just to sell some calls. Let's sell them above 85. For 90. Please tell me you took my financial advice and YOLO'd your GME stack into BYND. YOLO'd my GME stack into short-term 3-month treasuries. I'm pretty stuffy, yeah. Thanks, Maeve. Alright, give me 1 second. All right. Well, Top and Beyond are looking okay so far. Rivian doing a thing. I've been watching that a little bit. It's been being shorted pretty hard. It's already up 6% though. Upstart's still just going. Snaps up almost 3% now. I wonder when all the shit stocks will be done running. Best thing you've done is I can watch a run and think I should, and not think I should chase that. Yeah, you don't catch them all. It's not Pokemon. Quick trip to 4,400. That'd be cool. Still seeing a lot of call selling and put buying. Looks like puts are increasing at 75, 80. A little bit at 65. I think all the out of the money calls above 85 are being sold. Have you seen the DGen full porting meta calls expiring this Friday? No. Huh. Maybe it's got a stop loss, right? VIX getting crushed. Yeah. But then we can just end up here again at resistance. A little bit of call buying on it. Not a ton. Hmm. I'm not sure the recovery on ES looks all that strong. Oh. Sorry, NQ. SPX still looks kind of fine on the 1 minute. Could be a while before we see any bigger sell-offs. We might be like more profit taking. 85, 90. 220. What's your favorite EMA and why? I don't know if I have a favorite one. Maybe the 30 and 60. Okay to chase beyond with tight stops? You could. It's like a decent support. It doesn't seem to be overly affected by the market coming down. Breaking up above the put wall at 9 was a big deal. So might have a little safety from that. What's your... Oh, and why? Most swing positions are taken over a 30-day window. And on the intraday, most day trades are taken over a 30-minute window. So the EMA 30 can be pretty useful for both of those. But, I mean, it doesn't tell you anything the price doesn't. Has there been much covering of top or beyond yet? Not a lot. Beyond's had a little bit more covering than top has, but not a lot of covering. Russell's pressuring beyond, right? Yeah, it's in the R2K. Is a little gap on SPX relevant? It's not irrelevant. Both of them are probably have some relevance, the 87 and the 81. I signed up Fubo $2 CCs for Jan 19, 2024. Almost 6 weeks early? Huh. Yeah, I'd imagine you'd still make money. Nice. I think upchart shorts are scared of bullish rate cuts. They could be, yeah. I don't think it's something they need to worry about, but they might be. How high do you think we go here? Let's see, they're still buying calls, so I don't know when they're gonna stop doing that, but there's a little bit of resistance at 95. And then 4600 is gonna have a lot of resistance. The range above 75 is pretty weak. So very similar to the range below 50. It's hard to sustain price action up here. They are trying. They're shorting VIX very, very hard. Russell's not doing so hot. Big pullback on Russell. Hell of a run so far, though. NQ failed its breakout. Oh, yep, okay. A little more obvious there. Failed to fill the upside gap. That's actually kind of bearish. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, fuck, what did I just do? Oh, okay. God damn it. Shorten the fuck out of everything. Russell got hammered. Where was I? Sorry. I'm just trying to manage some shit here. That was a good hedge. I wonder how much further this can drop, though. It's a lot of fucking momentum. This is getting carried heavily by NQ. Careful of the bounce on this because breadth is still pretty strong. But NQ's actually shitting the bed right now. Okay. I'm alright with that. That was actually a pretty good downside. Ooh, that hedged off my fucking beyond slippage too. What does delta neutral mean? delta neutral is the point at which the market maker is the market maker's net delta hedge is 0, and that's based on the naive assumption that all puts are bought and all calls are sold. $700 viewers, 200 likes. I blame YouTube's ads, honestly. You're giving off real evil Kermit vibes today. Yes, fall harder, SPX. Tesla puts printing. I got passed by a Rivian SUV today. Nice looking car, but evidently base model has no blinkers. Guy changed lanes a couple times. No indicator. Go figure. Maybe he didn't fill up the blinker fluid. Do you think about that? Tesla puts printing. Can't beat patience. Well done, man. Getting stepped out then watching price get pummeled is the best. No, it's not. It sucks. Sometimes you've got to get stopped out and you've got to re-enter, right? Sometimes you just had a bad entry. This was extreme, but the setup was definitely there if you took a look at NASDAQ. Cobra, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Cobra a shout out for hooking you up. He burned a whole credit card on you, so try to appreciate it. And enjoy your billionaire discounts. The ads on YouTube have gotten insane. They've been really bad for like the last week and a half. I'd say like, okay, I'll just go stream on Twitch, but it's just as bad there. If not worse. Ew. I know. I stopped at my 75, walked away for a few minutes, chased it when I got back, stopped out after I just got back out of the money. just be careful, yeah. These bounces might be strong because breadth is still up. Fucking back to $9. God damn it. Piece of shit. What are they so afraid of? I'm really, really fucking afraid of letting Beyond run. What's the... let me ask Jay for something. I don't think there's an accumulate Cornishon membership button, Daniel. Fire the ad cannon. Have to post positive earnings somehow. Interesting. Oh, sorry. So it looks like the prime borrow rate on Beyond is 20%, which is fucking nuts. Holy shit, that's expensive to short. Retail borrow rate's 206 with a 200 rebate. Just options. I don't really want shares. It's just like it's been on Reg Show way too long, right? Like it's been on Reg Show for 27 days. They're still borrowing really heavily against it. Its liquidity's getting a bit better. Like there's been some covering going on since it bounced off of like $5 or whatever, but so little. Like they're trying so hard not to let it run. Like I think if it gets past a delta neutral, it's literally just gonna rocket. And right now, I think they're trying to bring they're trying to consolidate the market maker hedge around the money so they have a little bit of protection from the upside. But I mean, gamma neutral is coming down fast, but it's still way way the fuck out of the money. And then gamma max is at like 44. DN's at $10. I think it moved down a little bit. Hold on, let me double check. They had a big put wall at 9, but they lost that today. They just tried to get it back again and failed. Yeah, DN's at $10.20, and gamma neutral's at 12. But from there up, it's pretty clean sailing. It's been a long time since I touched gamma max. Last July. That was at about 18. It's interesting. Top's already past gamma delta neutral. Gamma max on top is like $1.80 because it's a $2 stock, right? Do you think Beyond needs to be rolled closer to end of year instead of next week? OPEX, they're too expensive and they're too illiquid. That's why Tup's the same way. That's why I'm like I have like the next weeklies, and then it's just kind of like close them and then buy the next one. There's not a lot you can do, right? You just try to manage your theta as best you can because the liquidity is dog shit. Like if you go out more than like 30 days, it's just crap. Even at 30 days, it's pretty crap. Back to 45.80. Let me do it again. I don't know. NQ's now gonna be stuck fighting for 15.9, I think. And they basically dumped the entirety of the overnight move. 15.9 was pretty strong yesterday, though. So, we'll see how it goes. Does Beyond still apply? Yeah. It hasn't really finished covering. No, Tup's not trash. I mean, Tup just crossed over, so we're starting to get a little bit of an acceleration in covering. Just not a lot yet. But if they cover like if they came in and just covered 1 million shares on top right now, it would just go to like $3 or $4, right? Like if they just smacked the bid. It has an insanely small float. I think it's yeah, it's like 38 million shares. And they didn't file earnings and they almost filed bankruptcy before. So they got dropped from a bunch of the ETFs that used to provide liquidity on them. So now there's only like 2 million ETF shares. Gamma Max on Upstart, it's already in the money. Right now, I just have December 15s on top. So Gamma Max on Upstart is 31.72. Next weekly is for Beyond or further out. I mean, there isn't any like OI much for like when you start going further out on the chain. There's very little OI. You think the management did that on purpose, not releasing earnings? I don't know. Maybe. I guess they could drop them at any time. There's a smoke alarm in my house that keeps beeping, and I can't find it. What do? Try tripping circuit breakers until it stops? Well, that probably won't work because it's got a battery. I don't know. You're fucked. Why can't you find it? Do you not have ears? Close your eyes. I was gonna say turn off circuit breakers till you find the room it's in, but that's not gonna work. Beyond $40 leaps? No, it's stupid. It's sitting in a drop tile ceiling. I'm thinking the old Philadelphia shotgun approach should do the trick. All right. I'm ready for SCX to hit 4,400 guac. Me too, popcorn. Me too. I have sprinklers in my building. I hope my fucking smoke alarms never go off. We're gonna sit here all day and they're gonna try to pump it into the end of the day. That's a distinct possibility. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I don't think anything fun's happening here. We're getting... Yeah, everything's starting to just kind of break fairly even. A lot of negative gamma. Yeah, they might be. Out of the money call interest broke down a little bit, but not a lot. Bounces still kind of scare me here, Dork. Don't sprinklers have wax that has to melt before they activate? Not just the sound of a smoke detector. I don't know how they work. I think so. But if the smoke detectors went off in my house, it would be hot, right? I've never set them off by accident because I have an insane, like, hood scoop above my, like, the hood vent above my stove is, like, commercial grade. I already told you what delta neutral meant earlier, bipolar bear. What, are you gonna ask me every 15 fucking minutes? It's a glycerin-based liquid, so it has to be heated to a certain temp before it bursts and opens the sprinkler head. Okay. That's a good point, 1 second, guy. Was the heat off in your apartment? No, I just have chills. The fucking sweater is not even doing anything for it. My wife hijacked my phone. It's the point at which the market maker's net delta hedge is 0, right? So, and that's based on a naive assumption that all calls are sold and all puts are bought. I hope we never leave this trading range. Why would you say that? What do you think about IBKR's adaptive algo order? I haven't fucked with it. What do you think of it? Have you lost money with it yet? The sprinklers only open the bulb that breaks and let the water flow. It's a pretty simple design that requires no electricity and works on water pressure and heat. Interesting. Ban that motherfucker who likes this trading range. It's been easy for me to trade. Yeah, it's been moderately wide chop. Whenever you have chop that's like you have your pinpoints are wider than like $10, it tends to be really good for intraday trading. And right now, you know, we have two ranges really. We have like 45.50, 45.75, and then 45.75, 4600. Right, and the majority of our trading is occurring here, right? But that's a $25 range. So, you know, as price chops through that range, these are really big moves. Like you can confirm and get out at on like $10 moves all the time, while still having plenty of time to confirm them or otherwise. I used to work for a company called Vitalik that's big in fire suppression industry. I know a guy who he like installs the systems. He was pretty cool. He was like checking out my building systems, and he just like hung out in my apartment and was playing Rocket League for like 5 hours. I was pretty drunk that day. It's like a mandate. Welcome to construction. This might fail again. What wonder they fail to. $70? There's not a lot of fucking range on it. I guess I'll wait. So he used to install fire systems until he got fired. I don't know if he got fired. No, he didn't try to touch me in my no-no zone. This doing 25K a month on OnlyFans? No, but my buddy did find an apartment yesterday. So hopefully he gets the fuck out of here. He keeps leaving food out on the counter and it's disgusting. PT for Beyond still $11? Or are you thinking higher? No, I'm still just targeting Delta Neutral. Made 1K on the big SPX drop. Nice, man. Thanks, Tricky Pickle, brine of my heart. I appreciate it, dude. Well done. He's at work right now. He leaves for work pretty early. It's 7 a.m. He works out on Long Island, so. He knows I stream, but I'm pretty sure he thinks I just stream video games. And he was like, "What are you, 22?" And I was like, "Fuck you, man." At least I'm not spending $25,000 a month on e-thoughts that are never gonna affect me. Anyway, it was the whole thing. What are you, like, homeless? They're not e-thoughts, they're iLadies, whatever. Tell them it's a cult-based stream. Way more respectable than video games. Alright. Fuck, dork. I don't want to buy any of these. What's the etymology of thought? It's that hoe over there. I'm afraid to sell my 5-cent temp calls because I don't think I'll be able to buy them again for 5 cents. It's a reasonable fear. These SPX spikes tend to happen in the early morning hours and taper off into range the rest of the day. Do you just chill and hang out now? I don't know. If I could figure out what the range is, I might sell some butterflies. I just got an ad for hose. Nice, Brett. Oh, my buddy got kicked out by his girlfriend because he's spending like 2/3 of his salary on OnlyFans. And his argument is that's not cheating. I'm like, it kind of is. Some guy is dressed in a butterfly costume is the one responsible for whether or not I survive a fire disaster. That's not very comforting. Did you feel extra Italian when you had the perm? I almost felt like Grecian, you know? His girlfriend is a Chad. Yeah. That's kind of worse. He's got a really good job. So, I mean, there's one argument that, like, what he does with his discretionary income is up to him. Right? But did you feel greasy? Yeah. Greasy? I know we've talked about wealth versus rich. If you can spend 2/3 of your income on OnlyFans and maintain a family marriage, you're wealthy. He's like a dev of some. I don't know what kind of dev he is, but he does. He's like he does pretty well. Nice little orphan Danny. Well, you don't understand. She loves him. And she gets him. Well, I told him, she gets that you're stupid and horny, but she gets his money. Yeah, no shit. Did you hear about Ruby? I don't know who that is. Ruby Rose OnlyFans guy? I don't know. You should tell him you make 25K a month from some simp on OnlyFans. I'm just gonna make a catfishing OnlyFans with like an AI model, and then be like, look at how much money I'm making on my OnlyFans. How many strippers is this guy falling in love with? I don't know. Not many, but he's very he's very like flighty in his relationships. Like, he's like one of those dudes that's always chasing like the greener grass. Brody got a tattoo of her face? Ew. Really? That's fucking nuts. SPX puts and beyond calls have me up 1%. This could all change. Inverse me if you want a good entry. Thanks for being the signal the market needs, actual Dan. This is gonna offend half the chat, but he's a dev. Have none of you met people in tech who are socially challenged around women? But he's not. He's like a programmer. He goes to the gym every day. He's not even like a bad looking guy. He's a bit thick, but swear? That's fucking nuts. Are you gonna fucking some chick on the internet's face tattooed to your body? What the fuck is wrong with people? Oh, Jesus Christ, he's getting exactly what he deserves. Like me thick or like fat bastard thick? No, like stupid thick. It's British. It's like British for it's like a nice British way of saying regard. Oh, yeah. Slow in the head. We weren't supposed to get you tattooed on our back. No, don't do that. I remember when Cock Magic was like, if my shitty spreads print, I'm gonna get a pickle tattooed to my body. I felt bad about that before he lost all his money. And then he lost all his money. I was like, at least he's not getting that fucking tattoo. Facts. Philadelphia wife calls me thick all the time. Wrong kind of thick, AJ. He's the same kind of thick you are. What catalysts do we have for Beyond to rip up? None. There's a constant stream of FTDs that have to be covered every day. But outside of that, there's zero catalysts. I don't know. Maybe the CEO will bite someone else's ear off. I'm beef-headed? What are you talking about, Maeve? Candygram for Hondo. Is my VWAP back tattoo okay? That sounds awesome. Can you take a look at K-View? Yeah, what's going on with it? Why the fuck did people buy dividend stocks and then ask me about them every day? It's probably support at like 1950. If it doesn't find support here at 20, I would say 1950, 1850. Probably 18. Yeah, the resistances are pretty easy on that one. Do you guys understand how drip works? Have we never gone over drip? This is important info for all the thousands of girls who watch your stream. He's thick like mountain, smart like rock. No. It's so annoying it won't let me copy and paste from YouTube chat. Alright, send it again. What is this? Oh. I'm checking my homeschool co-op who's literally getting paid for her cleavage to bounce around as she walks in videos. It's almost pornographic. That's the hustle. We should design a pair of men's pants that show like cleavage, but like cock cleavage. You know, they're just like lower cut in the front. You can like maybe see like that outline, you know? But no tip, right? You know, classy. Now you're speaking my language. That's called flashing neck. My eyes are up here. I just want something to wear to the gym, you know? Call them sideliners. Why not just put a little hat on it? That's my idea for my OnlyFans. If this all fails and I blow up my portfolios, that's where you guys are gonna find me. Putting hats on my junk on OnlyFans. One for every day of the year. I'm gonna buy like 6 pounds of multicolored felt and just go nuts. I'd sub. Thanks, man. Might be a cowboy hat. Who knows? Welcome to anyone tuning in for the first time. This is what happens when the market trades flat. Does Dillionaire transfer over? I'll think about it. Oh, and then I can open the merch shop. Will just be all tiny penis hats. Unused, of course. fuck me on Upstart. I'm glad I sold Theta. You sold fucking calls on Upstart? No one learned last time, huh? Used would get you more. That's true. How the fuck are we getting more viewers right now? Do people not hear this conversation? This is beyond $10 calls still look cheap. I guess. They're a bit more money. How's SPX positioning looking? Let's see. So we got a little bit of call interest at 80, 85. Above 85, call interest is starting to break down. We're getting an increase of put interest at 70, 75, 70, and 65. And it looks like calls are continuing to sell off, at least for the time being. Like, it looks kind of bearish, but not, it's like not bearish enough. Is he still paying her $25K a month after he get kicked out? I think so. Yeah. He was up all night on the phone with someone. There's a lot of call side support at 75, so that's one of the reasons we're chopping here. Like 75 is a big important level. Shorts are winning on ZOM. Next support, thoughts on calls. Like short calls? Oh fuck yeah, they lost the 101. Next support's at 92. Like the next good support is at 92. There might be some support at like 96.10, but that's old as shit. And oil's down under 70 a barrel right now. I could kind of see ZOM going back to like, I can see it going back to like 92 or even maybe even like down to the $80 range. Especially if oil keeps falling off. I don't understand how Dixie's at 104 and oil's at 69. Does crude look bearish? No shit. Are puts picking up for another push to the downside? They're increasing at a slightly faster pace. Like long puts are increasing at a slightly faster pace than they're being sold. Part of that might have to do with the fact that all the puts that were sold at the top pushed the long puts. Upstart gonna keep going? Maybe not. There's still a little bit of covering that can be done on it, though. I just don't want to fuck with it. It's too risky, and I don't think shorts are really in trouble unless it goes substantially above 40. If Beyond breaches Delta Neutral, will I be a billionaire? I don't know. How many calls do you have? So it's basically what we've been seeing the past week or two. Puts being sold and forcing the MM to buy more. Above a certain level, yes. And it's a fairly persistent problem. It's one of the reasons we haven't been able to break 4,600 meaningfully. Delta neutral for Beyond's at $10.20. Looks like we're gonna break up. We could. Well, I don't really know about break up, but we should be able to move pretty smoothly between 75 and 85. There's really no there's really no resistance. Maybe a little bit at 80, but not much. I have 3 calls. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. You might make a little money though. TV and CSP's here or too soon? Good question. It's not a terrible price. JPM downgraded them from overweight to neutral today, adjusted the price target from 58 to 57. Morgan Stanley is a little more bearish on it. Are they worth it? What's the yield? And do you want to own DVN? Did you dress like that to hack the express options chain? Hack the DMM and open an express options chain? No, I'm just kind of sick. Top dead? No, just still at $2. Beyond short borrow fee just got to a new 1-year high at 220%. I'm far more interested in the fact that its prime borrow rate is like above 20%. That's fucking crazy. I want to play VIX, but I feel like all VIX ETFs are broken. To play volatility, Is it just better to play SPY QQQ pets? They're far more reasonably priced for the exposure. Actual VIX's pricing's completely fucked. You can play VIX futures also. What's enough theta for Fubo to return to the $2.50, $3 range? It's a good question. I don't know. Fubo's still doing pretty well. It's getting more covering today. It's not... So Fubo's not very liquid. Ideally, you'd want to wait until it's more liquid before selling cover calls. Or at least a lot of them. I sold some at 3 for Jan, and for December, but the December ones it looks like I'm gonna get assigned on. You can always hedge the upside. What do you still see the market pushing higher the next week, or is it kind of dead? And could still try to push higher next week. That's not shorting JPM here. Sitting at resistance after an engulfing candle. Let me take a look. Near double top. Like, I had a bad day today, but it's not really showing any other significant signs of weakness. You could, but I would scale in and confirm the breakdown. You know, like don't enter all of your position at once. Give it a little time to confirm. You got it, Brendan and Ella. You streaming earnings? Yeah, probably. Glip glap patty whack. Give a dog a bone. I'm not ready for another trading range above 45.85. I become the best trader thanks to you. Bought into UGI this morning and made a cool 0.08% in 20 minutes. If they keep this up, I can 21.06x my port by the end of the day. All right, let me know how it goes. What does delta neutral mean in terms of GME's current price? What do you mean? GME's not at delta neutral. When are we gonna get another gamer stream? Obviously not when you're sick, unless you want to. But let's get some Twitch going. There hasn't been anything I've really wanted to play recently. Is it bullish for GME to be above delta neutral? It's not inherently bullish to be above delta neutral, but the downside has more protection, right? Because the market maker is going to be buying. They're gonna be buying on weakness. So as price falls back towards delta neutral, the market maker is going to be going long. And as price moves away from delta neutral, the market maker is going to be going short. Delta neutral is more impactful across the entirety of the chain than gamma, because gamma tends to be concentrated under the shortest expirations. Can you please give a brief rundown of the current price action on Upstart? I was under the impression the last earnings painted a grim picture for next year, or maybe more. Oh, yeah, right now, well, it was painting a grim picture, and now they're pricing in like 5 rate cuts into 2024, which, you know, could all just get blown up when the central banks meet on the 13th and 18th. Well, the two important central bank meetings on the 13th and 18th of this month. But yeah, I would say that the current narrative of, you know, rate cuts going into 2024 and the bull steepener support some of the price action on Upstart. It's still very overbought, but it does add some support to the price action. I shit you not, I bought a call less than a minute before that big drop. Did you get stopped out? Okay, good. Oh, no, I think I might have just moved my desk. We will not have 5 cuts. That's crazy talk. I'd be surprised if we get any rate cuts next year. There seems to be this pervasive idea that the Fed is responsible for everyone having stable and steady growth above the long run average, which is not part of the Fed's fucking dual mandate at all, right? Did you see did you see that thing I posted last night where Jamie Dimon was losing his shit because of the Basel III requirements? So I guess the Fed finally published like their guidance on what they plan to do about Basel III, and it comes with like a 20 to 25% increase in deposit requirements for GSIBs. Jamie Dimon is pissed. He's already buying as many senators as he can afford right now. The only way we get rate cuts in 2024 is if SPX goes below 3,400. That'd do it. Basel III, international banking standards. What is JPOW planning to do about fixing climate change? Nothing. Aren't senators cheap? I don't know. I've never bought one. So advertising beats headphones to me? I'm not. Nice popcorn. Well done. JPEG just gonna shut the fucking door. Yeah. The worst part about the car ads is they're not the ones I'm looking at. Of course not. They're the ones they want to sell you. We're talking about banks and they get a bank ad. Did anybody get any OnlyFans ads? Where is Jerome Powell going to do something about the lack of Latinx representation in the Fed? He's not. I don't think. At this point, it seems like he's trying to avoid the conversation. What grinder do you have for espresso? I have a Chado. I think it's like CADO. And I have a Mazer. Win 45.65. That might be a while. If at all. Japan needs to get on Chispa right now. Dixie's about to break 104. That's kind of bearish. I wonder why we're not seeing more of a reaction in vol. Interesting. Hmm. One, 10, 20, 30. If we're gonna give 5 rate cuts next year, why is the 2-year at 4.6? Tesla OI, I'm holding a 240p weekly. If Tesla breaks down through oh, by the way, Netflix broke to 450, guys. If Tesla breaks down through 240, it's pretty wide open till 230. 230 is like where the bearish confirmation is, though. I'd be careful with that into the end of the week, though. Like if you get profitable, you probably don't want to hang on to it for too long. It may continue just to chop in the range it's in. Wouldn't upstart at 72 again? I don't know. So it gets a lot more bullish if it breaks 40. I like that. Let's get enough exposure. I wish Apple would drop a bit more today, though. Yeah, I went to a doctor. He wasn't sure if it was like RSV or just like a flu. Every day you get asked a lot of dumb questions. What smart questions should we be asking more often? You know what's something I really wish people would talk about more often, and I know it's hard, is how they fucked up, how to fix it, what not to do, what mistakes to avoid. And no one, usually I notice people start talking about that when it's too late. And you know, when you're fucking up and you're starting down that slide to blowing up your port, it's that's the time when you should be talking to people about it. That's the time where you should, you know, be looking at your options closely and not throwing good money after bad, trying to make it all back on the next bounce, right? How to manage an underwater spread. How underwater? I mean, part of a spread is that it's already risk managed on its own. Greg, how do I fix this? Get good. Like how I just doubled down on upstart puts right before you said if it breaks 40, it looks good. Oh, Jesus. Not buying theta. Boom. 90% of those issues. Not always. No. Something I see still happening with some degree of frequency is that people will lose some money and then they'll leverage harder to get that little bit of money back. And then they'll lose a lot of money. I overcompensated and underheld the puts this time. Well, sorry to hear that. I got greedy, didn't set stops, traded emotionally. I'm fixing it by trading with limited risk, planned exits, and defined play times. Okay. I'm not a big fan of defining times of day, but if it's working for you, it's fine. It's just not, it doesn't really matter. There's a lot of people that think like, oh, you should only trade the morning or you should only trade the afternoon, and that's, I don't think that's necessarily true. But having a plan is priceless. I'm not trying to shame anybody. Enter Netflix puts at 450 was GN, right? Yeah, it is. Just make sure you have a tight stop so you confirm the breakdown. That's one of the most common pitfalls. The biggest pitfalls of new traders usually are over leveraging Chasing, which also kind of just FOMO in general. No, no strict risk. Sunk cost fallacy. And capital allocation. Now, these all kind of tie together in one way or another, but those are the big ones. Diamond handing, that is no strict risk, right? If it was RC, then there's something called post RC syndrome that can last months. Awesome. That's what I love to hear. How about early and wrong? So those are, you'd rather be, a lot of times on some things, if you're swing trading long time frames, it's better to be early, and early is also kind of wrong, but it's still better to be early than late, right? Like, you don't want to be trying to pile in to something you think is going to happen once it's already happening. You do want to position ahead of time, but that requires a lot of positional management, right? Like, you need to not bleed money while waiting for your thesis to come true. And that's not easy to do. That takes some experience. Beyond on the move, yeah, it's kind of going. Sold some more Apple today. I didn't sell any more, but I sold a little bit more last night. I just wanted to get my average up above 150 on him. Do you have a bounce in the cards or more downside? We're not in a good range to bounce. At least we're not in a good range to bounce hard. Why not just buy VXX ADC and act smug? Well, because they may never go in the money. I definitely bought too many SPY jam puts on this bear rally between 430 40. And I think I did this because I was coming off of a huge win on riding Tesla down from 260 to 210. Yeah, that's really common. That's a like capital allocation over leveraging mistake, right? You're up and you're like, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna be up twice as much. But in reality, until you're ready to change the entire risk profile of your entire portfolio, every position should be approached with the exact same, risk management parameters and capital allocations, and none should ever be treated differently. Right? Like YOLOing, like trying to like daisy chain big YOLOs is a huge mistake. If you do a big YOLO and you hit, you should be 10 times more cautious, and trying to protect that money that you just made, right? So there's not a lot of liquidity on Beyond, so you can't really, like, I'd love to get theta on it, right, and just play like the Vega side of the play, but there's really no fucking there's no liquidity on those strikes. So basically waiting on jobless tomorrow to come in bad, then get immediately revised an hour later. What if your risk management is on point or your thesis is wrong? You can make really small losses continuously. You can make gains too, right? And part of it's accepting that your thesis is wrong. Like, a great example of that, and just to show that I'm absolutely not immune to the same thing, is Nvidia earlier this year. I dug myself a big fat fucking hole on Nvidia, right? And then I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna play the long side. I'm gonna play the game the longs are playing, right? Because I'm not right now, right? It became glaringly obvious. And so, I started selling spreads anytime I could over the back of, longs selling their short calls. And then I hedged the earnings, on any chance I got. And then, any excess credit I used to roll out and add to Nvidia positions until I got back to break even, right? And it took a lot of work. Like, it took a lot of active trading of Nvidia for months to get back out of that hole and, get everything on track. But now, it's pretty easy to manage, and I can kind of just sit net short Nvidia for quite some time. Enter Netflix. Here's hoping SLD is great this time. Don't bank on SLD, right? Nvidia slipped GN. The market maker is going to sell into the downside. That's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for the mechanics of the trade. You're not looking for, you know, uh, some magical event to come along and help your trade out, right? Oh, thanks, Dork. All right. Everyone was excited about Nvidia because the plays leading up into that did really well, right? The initial Nvidia short did really well. The the playing the upside of Nvidia into earnings did really well. The short into earnings did really well. Like, Nvidia dropped really hard going into that first earnings, and no one knew AI was going to be like the fucking word of the day, right? Like, that was a complete, and no one knew the market's reaction was going to be what it was to AI, right? So that was a complete fucking turnaround from, just looking at the fundamentals of the company. And in fact, they did miss that earnings year over year, as I expected them to, but it didn't matter, right? And surprises like that can happen. You have to be prepared for them. If I'd hedged that first earnings, I never would have been underwater on Nvidia at all. But I didn't, right? I got overconfident, and I over leveraged on it. And, I was high on euphoria at the time, right? We just nailed the fucking October bounce, and, closed out SPX calls that were $500-600 in the money. So no one's ever immune to that, but you've got to catch yourself before you do it. SLD is tricky, right? SLD doesn't always work the same way. It can and over time it generally does lead to downside, but there's a lot of variables. And ultimately, SLD is just a deposit period. If the market wasn't so fucking over leveraged, it would have no effect. It should have no effect. You can't be giving good advice looking like Palpatine. What was the discrepancy between your NVIDIA thesis and what actually happened? AI. Yeah, they said AI like 50 times in the earnings call, and the stock went up. Like the fucking price of the stock almost doubled overnight. It was ridiculous. Their earnings still missed, so I was right. Their earnings were gonna miss. They sucked. Their year over year earnings, and but their projection, like their guidance, was fucking unreal. And no one knew they were gonna, make up a bunch of companies to fund and then give them cards that they'd never manufactured or repurpose their fucking $5 billion in inventory that nobody was buying. Fucking cranking soft goods 1 million x. Jensen's leather jacket is actually made from bear hide. Well, let's see how he does after he gets in a fight with the Department of Commerce for the next 2 years. Beyond keeps getting stuck here. Yeah, they don't want it to break above delta neutral. No, the Commerce Department came out and said that, and if they try to design any workarounds, they're going to immediately ban those too. Like by the next day. He's pissed off. He's pissed off the Commerce Department quite a bit already. I'm sorry if you've gone over this, but why is Upstart running? I mean, Upstart was already going to run, right? Like it was a pickles pick like last week. Um like it was already set up for a run. It's continuation of a run. It largely has to do with the fact that it's pretty illiquid. And it's really hard to determine how far it will run. It can run up above gamma max due to the lack of liquidity, and there's not a lot of ETF. There's more ETF liquidity than there was the last time it ran, but still not enough, right? And it still only has like a 60 million share float. On top of that, the like macro news right now, like the macro narrative is pretty bullish for Upstart. Right, everyone's assuming that the Fed is going to cut rates multiple times next year, that inflation is defeated and everything's on track. And so if people are assuming that the credit environment is going to get better next year and more deeply liquid, then that's a huge advantage for Upstart's business model. So I would say a little bit of both of those things. A little bit of it was running and bulls see a case there, so more bulls. The commerce lady was not fucking around. No, she was pretty pissed. It was just news today that they're making new chips that can be sold to China. I mean, they're just the same chips, right? They're trying to circumvent the law, or at least the intention of the law. And the Department of Commerce has said that they're basically not going to allow that. So I think it'll be pretty tricky for them to get around it again. But that's a huge chunk of their sales year to date, right? That are affected, but they're not reporting losses from that, which is really interesting. I only have 10 beyond calls. Should I triple down? I don't know, man. Hmm. Bounce back. Still doesn't look that great. Maybe bounce back to 70 here. Hit resistance again. There's a little bit of an advantage on the call side if we break 70. But if we stay below 70, we're very likely to fall back down again. Hmm. Ooh, Tup's almost out of liquidity. Although Russell's kind of looking a little lame now. Yeah, maybe Russell will hold up here. Really want Russell to test 190. What's the number one mistake when scalping? Buying before you've confirmed a move. It depends. There's scalping as it's strictly defined is kind of like chasing with stops, right? There's two ways to play like price action like this, right? The first one is you can buy here, right? And then hope it drops. The other one is, you would buy here on a rejection Or you would buy, here on a confirmation and then close here, right, on the bounce. One of those is kind of like swing trading the intraday, and the other one's strictly scalping. But if you're scalping, you'd be buying like this candle, with a stop in place, and then as it confirms the drop, you would move your stop up. As it keeps dropping, you move your stop tighter and tighter, and then when it bounces, you should get stopped out. But what a lot of people do as a scalp is they'll either buy too late in the drop, right? When resistance is found, like here, right? Um, or they'll buy like way too early and get stopped out before the price action ever happens. WeBull's update on mobile gives some semi-helpful option statistics. Worthless for you, but decent for us plebs. Okay, I didn't know that. The mistake I made was selling 1 and 2 DTE puts too early. As soon as they BE, they would have been up more than 30% if I had held. I wasn't sure we would break down after that move up this AM. Selling 1 to 2 DTE puts too early. Selling puts? Oh, I see what you're saying. So you let yourself get stopped out too early. Well, I mean, did you? If it hit your risk, it hit your risk. There's nothing to like looking at the events of the day in hindsight and being like, oh, if I'd done this and ignored my risk, like that just reinforces bad habits, right? Why are you reviewing my trades? Is there a chance the $10 puts on Beyond get squeezed out? Yeah. I think the $9 ones were actually more important. No, not a significant change in IV on Beyond. But it's up a little bit today. Is there a reason for calling it support on the way down and resistance on the way up? Gravity? I mean, you could just call them resistance, right? That's what they are. You don't have to use support like S and R. You can just use R. It doesn't matter how you define it, right? No problem, DZ. Do you have a beyond upside target? Yeah, I'd like to see it hit delta neutral. After that, I don't know where it's gonna go. I don't think it's gonna go to gamma max because gamma max is so fucking far out of the money. What's a 35C equivalent for top? There's no liquidity on it. Sometimes at night I have nightmares about ES 4555. How do I cure this? Alcohol? Gamma max on Beyond? It's at like $44. You still have your AT&T shares? Yeah. Yeah. What's your goal with them? I don't know. Just sit on them. I figure if it goes back above like 25, I'll sell everything. Otherwise, just sit on them and collect the yields and keep dripping. I get a few hundred shares a quarter. If it moves above, I have a price target set for this. Hold on. If it moves above $18, I'm gonna turn drip off. I don't know if Tup's gonna run that hard. Frankly, I'd be happy if Tup ran 25 or 50 cents. I don't know that it's gonna run, dollars beyond 2, but it's very illiquid right now. No, the weeklies aren't. The weeklies don't have that bad of liquidity. It's just the more theta you buy, the worse the liquidity gets on the chain. Different kind of drip. Still thinking about shorting IWM at 189, 190. I want to short it at. Chat's giving off Rev chasey vibes, and I don't like that. Yeah. Don't over allocate on high risk, high reward plays. That's the whole point of them, is you can put in very little money and get a large return. And then if you don't get a return because of the high risk, you've risked very little capital, right? It doesn't help when popcorn traders like, I'm going to 20x my leverage, you know? Are we going to push up through 70 only to fall back to 65? This is a good possibility. I should have sold more calls when we were up at the top. What would happen to the SPX after all the out of the money calls and out of the money puts get closer to expiration on the 15th? Wow, that really depends on where spot falls, but if some of those calls start going in the money, and some of those out of the money, some of those calls start falling out of the money and the puts start going in the money, the dynamics of charm into the OPEX expiration could change dramatically, because almost all the options on the SPX chain right now are sold, like the vast majority of them. It's like 85% of the calls or something, and then like more than 70, like more, I think it's more than 70% of the puts. I'm in Tesla puts inversely. I think you just have really bad timing, actual Dan. Like, Tesla's clearly consolidating up, and you're buying the top, which is good, but it's probably going to stay stuck in this range for quite a while longer. Fine, I'll stop. Do you have Rivian Greeks? Yeah. DN's at 1760, GN's at 1689, Gamma Max is at 2250. No problem, bro. Are you gonna hold your beyond and top calls into next week? Probably not. I'll probably have to roll them further out. But right now, with the way liquidity is, this is the only, I think, sustainable way of managing the position is to have the short dated calls where you have nice tight spreads and then just keep rolling them out. I've tried to get filled on like debit spreads so I don't have to think about the theta too much, but it's really hard to get good fills. I've never seen you so cheery when your environment has changed in a minor way. How's my environment changed? The beyond bar rate is hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's no liquidity far out. Yeah, there isn't. Thanks, Mike. It's not that the bounce is losing gas. It's just that it didn't have very much gas to begin with. Temperature, new roommate. He's not a roommate. He's just my buddy. He already found an apartment too, so that's not too bad. I'm cold, but it has nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It's just I just have like chills, and the sweater's not helping that. The past week opened a lot of liquidity on GME, so GME is not very illiquid right now at all. Yeah. Here's half of my anticipated Rivian gains. Thanks so much, Brett. You'd make such a good hedge fund investor, paying your fees in advance. If you ever become accredited, let me know. Here's half of my anticipated losses. Thank you so much, man. Jimmy has 200k more shares in the river. Man, stop looking at IBKR and like. So this is this is the information you can get. I'll explain this again for people. This is the information you can get from retail cost to borrow. You can see when there is A, activity in the lending pool, and B, if demand in the lending pool is increasing. What you cannot get from Fidelity and IBKR is borrowable share information, is the number of shares available to borrow, and you cannot get the accurate prime cost to borrow rate. Right, so retail investors might be paying 10% to borrow GME shares, but institutions are not. I don't know, T5. I don't know what the fuck is going on there, but I don't really want to talk about it. We still in the money GME calls. How far in the money do you normally go? Most of the time, I don't go very far in the money. If GME has run a lot, right? Like if GME is testing Gamma Max, I usually sell them closer to like, well, as close to delta neutral as I can find liquidity. And those are the ones where I'll usually put some theta on them, like 30, 45 days. When GME isn't running, it's just kind of chopping or dropping. I'll sell them like 50 cents, a dollar in the money, try to pick up downside. If it's going through a period of shorting, maybe I'll be a little more aggressive, maybe a dollar or two in the money. But those get tricky because you need time for the price to drop, which can take a while. And frequently when I do those, I buy them back at a gain, right? But I mean, it's kind of like opening a credit put, right? You're just scalping the drop in delta. I think one of the biggest problems with GME covered call selling that I've seen from most people is they sell in the money calls, they take that credit that they get and they leverage it elsewhere instead of holding on to it to buy those calls back. And really what you should be doing is, trying to sell a few good calls, build up a small pool of credit, and then use that credit to manage your covered call positions. Airbnb 110p APR for a test of 120, 115 sound crazy? No. No, it doesn't sound crazy, but Airbnb is another company that's getting a bit of hype from the idea of a bunch of rate cuts coming in. Has Beyond gone past the point of where it could go back to down to 9, or is it just going to be up from now on? No, it hasn't broken delta neutral, if that's what you're asking. So it very, very much could go back to $9. They pushed it back to $9 twice today. Being above 950 is a little bit better than being below 950, but not much. Customer is literally useless. Market participants have capital to fund their trades, unless they're over leveraged, and other big participants are trying to blow them up. Not to mention, the cost to borrow their shares from ETFs is significantly lower than the cost to borrow those shares from a retail brokerage. Remember when Revlon's cost to borrow was like 400%? And everyone was like, oh, I'm going to lend shares. This is going to be awesome. And then the brokerage only pays you like 80%. When do we do that thing where you do the thing? What thing? Are you eyeing any FXY calls? No. Not right now. I picked up some recently. I guess those same ones are still okay. It's not my like preferred method of exposure, but I picked up these the other day. They're roughly the same price if you ignore the wild spreads bouncing all over the place. Fidelity paid over 200% for some time. They tend to be a little better, but not all brokerages are going to give you such a big cut. It also depends on how much of the stock you own and some other factors, but is I'm just going to keep failing or expect a retest of 101 before next support 95.75. I think I can just keep failing. Like, indexes aren't really doing a very good job of supporting it right now, right? Didn't you DM me earlier and ask me resistance levels? The next one's like 98.07, right? And then 92. Pretty straight shot to 92. $95 might be psychological, but not if oil keeps dropping like this. I don't trust myself with futures, nor do I have the capital. Fair enough. Do you think we'll see some downs before JPOW because people need to hedge the possibility of no rate cuts? Possibly, yeah. I don't even think that rate cuts are bullish, which is a whole nother thing, right? Like, all of this like bullish reaction to the idea of cutting rates is just trying to like front run rate cuts. Like, if rates actually get cut, all the liquidity in equities is going to flow into bonds. And then, they'll leverage bonds against equity, but the initial reaction is not going to be bullish. Isn't it already there? Largely, yeah. A good amount of the interest in indexes right now is just derivatives. There's not a lot of buyers of any of this, which is really strange, right? Like, not only is there not a lot of retail buyers, but like macro funds really haven't bought in. I mean, most of our upside still to this day has been driven by kind of like the short squeeze on equities that occurred, from like 4,200 through 4,450 ish. Huge amounts of short vol and the kind of the squeeze we're seeing on treasury shorts. But yeah, I mean, money market flows are up. Not only like month over month, quarter over quarter, and year over year. And they keep increasing. So people really aren't. They're very happy just putting their money in money markets. They don't trust any of this. Macro funds are sitting on the sidelines. So yeah, a lot of just CTA positioning, trading, like, so lots of derivative exposure, a lot of short vol, and a lot of squeezing. And then, now that the liquidity's run out, we have nowhere to go. I'm actually correct with a lot of my plays recently. The market is at a turning point. Something must be broken. When Pimento, I mean, you could say that there's one into the OPEC settlement, but it doesn't have to be. If we hold above 45.50 into OPEC's, the charm flows are going to be supportive, right? And they can keep prices above 45.50 into that expiration. If we fall below 45.50 into OPEC's, that could change. Hoping for cuts before companies need to borrow again. Oh yeah, well, not just companies, right? The commercial like commercial loans for commercial real estate, like the CRE sector is refinancing like 18 trillion in loans next year. There's a huge chunk of the S&P 500 that has, debt coming to maturity. So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of risk if rates stay high. And CRE is not doing well anyway, right? Because of the equity debasement. I'm getting on the 3:30 flight to JFK to come over and give you cuddles and to stank out your new roommate. Okay. If you could just sit really close to him. He doesn't like that. What's the pimento? it was, it was just like a thing I used to try to explain the breakdown of positioning as we bottomed out last October and why the market was going to rip and not crash. The market ripped. The market ripped hard. I didn't see your question about Japan. Is it about VXX ADCs? If the market crashes, what is usually the Fed response? Yeah, cut rates immediately. I don't have a roommate. My buddy was just staying at my house for a few days while he finds a new apartment. Everyone needs to stop getting jealous. It's unseemly. Jesus, what a fucking boring day, dork. All of that to end up right the fuck back where we were. Should I just sell 65 butterflies and get it over with? Isn't there a risk that cutting rates in a crash could make it worse this time? Yeah. But you don't want rates high if everyone's YOLOing into fucking treasuries, right? That puts the burden of those payments on the treasury. No, we haven't, Dwayne. But thanks for asking. I sent you a DM. I hope it's relevant. Can Japan even raise interest rates? I saw their debt to GDP ratio. Wouldn't raising rates put them at a risk of a debt spiral? No, I don't think so. Their wages have been doing quite well. So as long as their wages are willing to ease, that it shouldn't be a problem. And there's a lot of room for their wages to ease, especially if their currency becomes stronger. Because that's going to be kind of reflexive. I got some numbers that BOJ might push their decision into next year. I would say that they're more likely pressured to do it sooner rather than later. Japan, so if the carry trade were to break, right, and Japan is well aware of how leveraged it is. If the carry trade were to break, Japan is the beneficiary of that. All of those margin calls, right, and all of those leveraged assets, that money goes directly into Japan's economy in a leveraged ratio, right? So it's a huge influx of capital. Now there's reasons they don't want to do it, right? Because politics and like their own ownership of U.S. Treasuries is a political tool as much as it is a financial one. But their economy's been fucked for 30 years, and the opportunity to turn it around in a few days is very, very tempting, I'm sure. I'm so sorry to hear that, Popcorn Trader. There's a rewind button. You can go back and watch the part where I answer your question again, which was basically like a few seconds after you said you sent me a DM. I told you Tesla was consolidating. Are we gonna break down through 45.65 here? We can, yeah. This isn't a particularly resilient range, but I don't think we have a lot of range on that breakdown. Like if we did, we'd probably just break down to 45.60. Yeah, I will, or I'll ask you again in a day. God damn it. I'm gonna go take some medicine. I'll be right back, guys. right. Ugh. I'm gonna fill my 70 put. Now it's $3 higher in price. Is this crime? Are you trying to sell it? Geo breakdown? The REIT? Is that something you really want to short? Alright. I guess you can. Do you think there's a chance of retesting 45.75 today? Yes. Yeah, 75 is not out of the question. Trying to buy the 70 out of the money, but they refused to fill me before the breakdown. Sad times. Okay. Docu made some moves lately. Okay. Are you still investing, or have you abandoned it? I got assigned on covered calls a little while back on their prior earnings. I haven't looked at it for some time, but I'll take a peek. Looks like they had a nice recovery. We got earnings coming up tomorrow. I'd be pretty careful with it. The buy under 40 was kind of attractive, but I ended up not going long again. I really don't want a lot of exposure to tech right now. Just imagine Japan raises rates substantially. All Japanese flags are changed to the imperial flag, and Naruhito goes live for one comment. Time to play the bear song and buy calls. I don't know. It's the upside doesn't look all that enticing here either. Yeah, the market looks pretty quiet. Um, hmm. All right. I bought a GME put for fun. Okay. Are you already out of Palantir? December 15p? Jan 15p? No? How is longer dated positioning looking? That's really not moving around very much. I guess the The like 75 to 4600 range looks a little bit weaker again. The 4550 to 4525 range still looks pretty weak. Yeah, everything else looks pretty similar. There's less defense of the downside from 50 to 25. But that's also been true for a few days. Possibly some increased Vega risk at 4550. We'll check Tesla reject 245 hard. Not necessarily. Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. Yeah, that's not necessarily bearish. Is Jimmy holding a conference call? I think so. Hey, same spot as the last 9 days. Woohoo! I mean, at least it's easy to know that we're always going to end up back here. $70 test? Not yet. UNG about to go under 5. Nice. $19p? You have a Palantir December 15 $19p? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know when you bought it, but I'll take a look. Yeah, I'm still in top. Palantir kind of looks like shit. I guess I could find some support here at oh, I don't know, like 1760, but it probably won't. And if it doesn't, delta neutral on Palantir is at 1642. If it loses delta neutral, it's got a ways down that it can go. Total gain 75%. Do you just have one contract or multiple? So if you have multiple, maybe scale out a little bit because you're at soft resistance. Hey, Greg, Tesla was bullish. Oh, there you have it. One, I'm super slow to risk things. Well, then, yeah, I mean, it's up to you. You could take profit. 75% is a very good return, but there is more potential downside. It just depends on how much of your profit you're willing to risk to realize that. No problem, Surfa. Yeah, Beyond is still interesting. Hmm. On 17p, same time. I rolled to Jan on the drop this morning. Okay. Are we going to break above 70 here? Right now, it doesn't look like we're going to, but we're close enough that it's not impossible. I think we're seeing a little bit of put interest pick up, but not much else. Ugh. 75's within range. The whole market is just waiting on GME earnings, obviously. Somehow I doubt that's true. That was weird. 58,000 shares. You're gonna get toasted on lean and trade Flutie Toots tonight? Maybe. If they're liquid. They've been really shitty lately. If UGI have hit 59.30 all-time high in 5 years, for instance, is that a cut point? What about 2 years? I mean, if its price on it's going up, why would I cut it? That's what you want. You want to buy things when they're cheap, especially something with a dividend like that. Hmm. I get good entries on some of these stocks like T or UGI, but it makes me oddly nervous not capturing a significant amount of gains. I mean, that's up to you, right? If you bought it for the long haul, then you just wanted to keep reinvesting. If you bought it for short term capital, then you would close it, right? This market is dumb. Yeah, it is. Did you pull the magnets loose from 45.65 so you can move down now? No. They refuse to fill my 70 out of the money again. Stop trying to buy it so cheap. Fubo done for the day? I have no idea. It looks like it pulled back 24 cents. I moved the price up 0.25 on the second one. All right. Would you class Pringles as the ultimate processed food? No. I was like watching paint dry dork. Hot Pocket. How do you determine support and resistance for something like Sprott with no options chain and has moved in one direction all year? You don't. You base it off of the conditions of the commodity that it tracks, right? I guess you could. I mean, you can kind of get some information out of Nav too. That's not paint there, buddy. Oh fuck, this is the worst. Hmm. Chance of profit's pretty good. 70 from 64 to 45.55. Hmm. So I'm just trying to build this out. 1 second. All right. I just want to say we all appreciate you bringing us into the fold. Don't go all Icarus on us. Take care of your health and bail streaming. When you should prioritize that. Thanks for everything. I mean, I have a lot of positions I have to manage today, so as much as I'd love to be laying down and sleeping, and I know I'm out of it, but even out of it, I'm still pretty good at this shit. You think you could be shaking it on the OnlyFans for 25K a month? Or worse yet, paying for that? I do have a humidifier. Gherkin never stopped streaming on account of all seeing cross-eyed. Mm. Use the little hammock with your desk. It's so awkward. Ooh, that's cozy. Maybe it's not awkward. That's gonna put me to sleep. I can't fuck with that. Instead of managing positions, you should transfer $17,000 to me. Is that to pay for your 45.50 puts? There was 63 on the video, not 60. But yeah, it could drop again. It probably won't, but it could. Let me see if I have the... I should have the updated one for today. It may not be 63 anymore. Hold on, let me check. No, it's still oh no, that's not the right stock. Draw a red lightsaber. What am I gonna do with it? Alright, let's see here. So Nvidia picked up a little bit of delta yesterday. So yeah, 474. And that moved down. So 454. Below 454 is pretty bearish. What's it at right now? 461. 53, 58. Yeah, 53 and 58 and then 420 are all pretty important levels to the downside on the video. Stickle, but red lightsaber. Interesting. I made 13 trades for 54 unrealized profit. That's a lot of work. On what instrument? Is SPX gonna drill here? It could. We need to slip. That looks... Yeah, it's getting increasingly bearish still. I guess if we lose 60, there's like $10 of range. But it looks like it's going to be really, really hard to lose 60. And if we don't, there's capitulation, we can bounce back to 70. Is that a bull trap on Tesla? I'm not looking at it. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like one. I'm still far from the gamma flip. The nearest one is like 45.32. No problem, Greg. What are your price targets for top and beyond? I mean, top, I just want to see it run a little bit, right? Like, just blow through $2. 25-50 cents I'd be fine with. If it went $1 up, that'd be amazing. Beyond, I'm looking for a test of delta neutral before I decide anything, and that's at $10.20. It's getting there slowly over time, but it's taking a lot of time. I was looking at 12, 15, 8, 28, 12,000 C. Bid 310, 62 ask at 1580. Should I buy one? Probably not, no. You're gonna try, I mean, what's the point? You're gonna try to play Rova on a market crash? You might have a buyer, but you probably won't. I was looking at 12, 15, 28. Rova is my dog's middle name. Nice. No plan? I just like to hear you tell me. I guess that's always an option. Confirm direction before making trade. Got it. Well, ideally, yeah. When IWM to 150? I don't know. I would much prefer that it go to 200 or 190 first. 190. No. I bought 2D poots. Okay. You consulted Jehovah's Witnesses? Ridiculous. Do. Yeah, back to 45.65 it looks like. All right, 1 second. I need more caffeine or something. Ugh. God damn it. Jimmy holding 15. Good for Jimmy. Jimmy 25 overnight, 12 in the morning. Possible. Top tips. That's what we're dealing with right now. So crossover, but no breakout yet. Dirk, we're going to end the day at 70 or 75. What do you think? Hoodie's gone? Chill's gone? No. 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 Just cold. Hoodie wasn't doing anything. I think I fucking hate you for saying that. Do you hate it because it's true? Because we can't go down much more. If we go down more, we get hit 45.50, and we all know that the world ends if SPX falls below 45.50. We have 10x bearskin hoodie advertisements thanks to this nonsense. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on my sick camera. I've learned how to do this on demand now. Nope. No. This? No. Hold on. That's totally different than what I was expecting. Okay, I don't know how to do this on demand. Oh, there we go. There. Now I can turn my lights down. That's nice. Two ticked Tesla puts. Is this what it feels like? Maybe. So this is the biggest 4-hour drop we've seen on SPX in quite a while. Is it? Didn't we do this last? I feel like we did this exact same thing last week. We did. We did this on Wednesday. We went down until 12:30, and then we went straight up until the end of the day. Wednesday last week didn't open as high though. It could just also just keep going. Don't you fucking tease me. How dare you? I just noticed, don't track these. Natural gas and oil both tanked today. Is BTU in danger to follow suit soon? It's not natural gas or oil. Earnings call for what? Are you trying to find the magical earnings call on Tupperware? It's always tomorrow because they didn't file one. Do you want me to buy a call or a put? Which direction do you want the markets to go? I don't know if I care. I think I'm gonna buy a call. Only $2. It should theoretically be impossible for the market to drop, so. What? Stocks only go up? No. Stocks just go from 45.60 to 45.75. And look at this. VIX almost hit 13. I mean, you guys forget what kind of circus we're in? Is there even range to 75? I'm inclined to think you're only gonna go to 70 this run. I'm okay with that too. I don't know, we're descending consolidation. I might be buying this well in advance of any actual interest coming into the upside, but I'm pretty willing to bet that's exactly what they fucking do. Am I the only one not seeing the uppies Gork spoke of last Wednesday? Which uppies? I just want a red day, like an actual red day. We were red yesterday, weren't we? Didn't we close down 4 BPS? They got me, Greg. I cut my Tesla puts after it retested the Dorito, and then it slammed all the way down. Oh, you never do that. That's a big fuck up. Yeah, if it pulls back to the Dorito after breaking out, that's really bearish. I want a short arc more. If we can't go down much more, why buy a 45.70 call versus selling a call spread at 45.60 in case we just stay here? We're not low enough for me to want to sell a call spread. If we drop again, I missed the drop to test 60. But if we test 60 again, I might sell bear spreads. This is the cash account. It's not the same. This is the margin account. I'm seeing positive momentum, so I don't think you're early. I'm a little early, but there's a slight shift. Most of I don't know what you're using to track momentum, but you're probably seeing a little bit of put capitulation on the 60 test. Like actual red, like 60 BPS. Like the red, like your lipstick. I mean, shoes. Red shoes that you have. Exactly. Okay. It's like a deep red. I see what you mean. That'd be nice. Or, hear me out, we close at 45.75. Would you see that want to make you enter more beyond at 15C? We sustainably broke $9. Hopefully we keep from testing it again. But maybe $50 end of day. 50 end of day? 45.50? What? That's the danger zone. Do we have data tomorrow? What's our data tomorrow? We gotta have something. GDP, EU GDP. Consider we got jobless tomorrow. That's kind of a big deal. Consumer credit. Yeah, I guess we don't have too much tomorrow. But how do we get to 45.50 without VIX going above 13? Like, we have to go to 75 first, at least, right? And then we can go to 50? Like, we go to 75, get VIX back to like 1250, 1260, right? And then let it just free fall to 45.50. VIX is at like 1280. Boom, catch the knife. Then we close the day at 45.65. Or whatever flat would be. 45.66 something. That came out wrong. What did? I'm no pig, sir. Oh. Okay. Or we just lose the support, fucking tank while bulls cry, laying on the trading floor in the fetal position. No. Yeah, exactly. VIX above 13 is illegal. There's no crime in these markets. Also, the market can't crash. OPEX hasn't happened yet. Jerome did a good job of making job data too murky to play off of. Why can't we have nice things? Jerome did a good job fucking everything up and easing financial conditions to the point where the Fed may not be able to pull it back. VIX below, is that supposed to be 0.9999? Beyond ramping, yeah, bouncing back above VWAP, which is cool. Ooh, hold on. Boop. There we go. $9,999. Did you sell your GME because you think the market is going to crash? No. I sold it because it was a terribly performing asset and it was been running out of liquidity for the last like 9 months. I didn't sell all of it. I still I still have more shares than most people. Missed most of the stream today so far. Yesterday you mentioned Jamie picking up liquidity, but wanted to confirm with borrow rate. Is that still the case? Suggesting short earnings. I didn't see borrow rate ticking up today. Although I haven't looked again since, well, for a little while, I suppose. I could look now. The prime borrow rate on GME is still basically nothing, so all we're really seeing is that there was some activity in the borrow pool. It was down this morning, I think. And then yeah, it's just been moving down throughout the day. Looks like shares are being returned to some degree, but who knows how many. GME should be very liquid going into this earnings. If it beats, it may run a little, but it'll probably still get shorted afterwards. When you finally sell out of it, buy one AMC share, and DRS is just the ultimate fuck you. Nah. I would never buy AMC. I want to buy AMC with your money. Ah, my 770C got stopped out. I hope you have better luck with yours. How? You got your fucking stop set way too tight, Yaga. For a 0 DTE. That's I can tell you right now. I don't have a stop set, but yours are set way too tight. Gherkin, you goddamn shill. I'm now 1% exposed to beyond. Haha! I knew you couldn't resist the temptation. When are you gonna make Adabit a mod? I don't think he watches the stream. When Biter mod? Is Biter still in the Discord? Or did he, like, leave? Nice try, Jeff G. I see what you're doing there. He's back in Amish land. He doesn't have internet. I mean, I don't think Adabit ever really cared that much about like investing. There we go, Dork. That's what I was looking for. Biter is cool. I never had a problem with Biter. We just had disagreements about how things should be moderated. I should have used my wife's account to promote Jeff G for mod. Probably, yeah. Then I wouldn't have known, you know? Unless your wife's account is Jeff G's wife, in which case I would have known. Biter's still in the Discord? Okay, cool. Are E-minis even pricing in SPX beating inflation? That's not how futures contracts work. Jeff G's wife for mod? Done. When you're spread at 10%, that sounds really healthy. Why is it taking them so long to buy more calls? If the jobless data is good tomorrow, we could get the highest close of the year. Or we could test 45.95, fail, fall to 45.65, and then close at 45.75 again. I'm just looking to retest 70 or 75. I don't know. There's a lot of puts. 65 and 70 are hard to break. But if we do, we can test 75. The jobs data will show a 4% spike and then get revised back down. You mean like yesterday's jolts? And profit off the predictability? Ideally, yeah. Spreads are the new covered calls. Oh, look at you. Someone's been reading options as a strategic investment. I told you reading it would be more beneficial than using it as a cage for your gopher. Just because you're in an endless cycle of ups and downs in a small range doesn't mean the SPX is too. Yes, it does. Could you check the NVIDIA chart and tell us how much Commerce Secretary Raimondo hates Jensen? I mean, Nvidia's been pretty distributive since earnings, long before she said anything, right? But it's not looking good for them. It's almost like people might not want to invest in a company that's actively embroiled in a battle with the comp with the chamber, like the Department of Commerce, right? Maybe it's not a good idea to invest in Jensen fucking trying to sell chips to non-allied countries in order to get them into China. Here's what I want. I want Nvidia to report the losses from the chips that they're unable to sell China instead of just sitting on them. Like, how the fuck do they get away with that? The Department of Commerce is like, nope, you guys can't sell these chips. 7 billions in your 7.8 billion of your sales this year are a wash, right? And then they're just like, no, we're gonna make that money. Don't worry. I found a quarter on the ground today. Can I buy infinite barbecue shares with that? You can buy 0. They're priceless. You're not considering the most important factor. AI plus light treason equals profit. I'm not sure Nvidia's investors agree with that. Given that since it beat earnings, it's down almost 10%. Got it with the Bulls to just get absolutely trashed here. I will say they're not doing a great job winning. Huh. Maybe that's NQ's fault. How's RSP looking? Still up 43 BPS. Ooh, dollar broke 104. They sold too many puts. They might have. Yeah, it's a distinct possibility. Did you really sell your Jimmy? I sold everything but 10,000 shares. Also, life savings betting on Dork. I don't recommend. How did you lose your life savings in 5 minutes of the price not doing anything? No, QQQ has its own volatility index. The VIX is low. Thoughts on June QQQ puts at 320 or 300? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure QQQ's vol is as low, but I mean, you're trying to play the Vega play. It's probably okay. What are those, like one or just under one Vega, 1.0 Vega each? Keep shorting T and getting burned. Why are you shorting T? What the fuck are you talking about? If you bought Tootsie Roll at a $30 price target, you have a whopping 12% right now. I'm trying to have negative T overall. Oh, okay. So just like portfolio wide negative T exposure. We knew Pi-Fi sold, but Linux is still in. Listen, I still have more fucking shares than you do, alright? Tone it down. What's your plan for the remaining 10k GMEs? Sell them. I don't know. I mean, 10k is a lot more manageable from a liquidity standpoint. I could probably keep my yield in my target range for longer if I wanted to. I'll think about it. Let's see what the earnings looks like. Fact check, true. How do you set stops on them? You don't. Yeah, you can gauge it using the midpoint, but yeah, basically you just don't set stops. That's kind of the point of that position. Either Burke goes up and everything's fine, or it goes down and Buffett dies. Also, lifetime savings of Jolly Ranchers. Betting squabs could eat more parking lot berries than 4 geese. He quit after 7 and kept saying, "My goose is cooked," while cry laughing on the ground. That's when the hallucinations kick in. Are you selling CC on GME this week? I sold some already. That's why I have the shares and I didn't sell them. I bought those back yesterday. If I sell more, I'll sell them after earnings. If I don't like earnings, I'll just sell the shares. When beyond $15, don't you dare. Don't you dare say price targets like that. With Ivy so high, how are you not selling CCs on GME to the max? I'm not really worried about Ivy. I'd rather sell Delta. It's far more profitable in the long run. Is it true that New York is charging people in congested traffic? No idea. I've never been charged. Are you scared of being assigned? 30 DTE, $5 in the money calls. Yeah, but if I could sell those at fucking 18 or 19, that's way better than selling them at 15, right? My bad. Win beyond 420.69? Literally never. It's interesting that they're so heavily shorted, and yet their products are everywhere. Like every single fast food fucking franchise has Beyond Burgers. What's Beyond? It's like, I don't know, bean protein and meat flavors. Oil. Well, probably a lot of oil. If only they tasted good. Impossible Burgers sound like Beyond. Yeah. Processed laxative. Didn't they like to cut burgers into circles on the floor or something? Yeah, they've had some unhygienic conditions in their factories. I've never tried a Beyond Burger either. They look disgusting. Like a frisbee. How come no one's talking about CPB? I don't know. Why not? Maybe they just hate the stock or something? Or they don't already own it like we do. Yeah, I don't talk about car much. No, I don't particularly like it as a vol short. Water, pea protein, expeller pressed canola oil, refined coconut oil, rice protein, natural flavors, dry yeast, cocoa butter, and methyl cellulose. Yum. Bulls are kind of low on spunk. They gonna get a juicer? No, I don't think so. I think they'll just keep buying Gamma until they get enough to break the put wall at 45.70. Did RC fuck everyone? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. We're not gonna play any bond derivatives, Carl. What even are natural flavors? The like whatever's on the floor of the factory where they cut the burgers. Lately, I've been taking profits on the table and frequently watching said options expire worthless. Learning. Nice. Ooh. Beyond back above VWAP, dork. Billy Goat Jenkin. I have some free, paid for Palantir 2 GTE 15p. Cut now or let it ride. 2 GTE? I mean, you're not in the money. Letting it ride seems stupid. But, I mean, it might drop more today. It can also just turn around and bounce here. It's kind of at support. What will make you stop streaming? I don't know. I suppose I get bored with it or something better to do. I mostly like doing this just because I have like something to talk about all day. This is a very fucking lonely job if you're just doing it by yourself. I'm gonna lose all $30 on my risk, aren't I, Gherk? Probably. What do you think about building butterfly position as we float around 45.65? It's maybe a little too early. Like I don't hate it, but yeah, maybe wait. We could still range a bit for the day. I don't think we're past that part. Not to mention, no one in real life is interested in trading at all. Yeah. Wouldn't top 250? I don't know. How many chatbots do we have in here? At least 50. Is Macor still streaming Trey? I don't know. Maybe? Do they? If one day you came in, it was just Stefan, Bipolar Bear, Bob Moonwind, and the third or fourth iteration of walk-in, would you quit then? Yeah. I would deal with that shit all day. You know, Uncle Bruce is still out there and he's still shilling bagels. Good for him. Chatbot here. Beep, boop, beep. You're a shill. Please speak clearly. My diction is fine. Here, please fuck off. Did you understand that? I hope so. Uncle Bruce always did hold a special place in your heart. I don't know if it was special, but I liked him a lot better than the rest. Hated him less. Yeah, that's one way of putting it, I guess. Top keeps slapping my wiener, and I don't know how to feel about it. If you feel like Top slapping your wiener, you probably own too much Top. When JFresh Glaucoma Cat buy Beyond so I can get my cell signal. I took 15% on Beyond, like a good little fingerling. Well done, Potato Tom. Sanjit is so cool. Like, Biter, Heckin. It's been a long time since we've seen Sanjit. Uncle Bruce is in Palm Springs shilling $150 lessons to teach you what a CSP is. I'm still the only mod of his Facebook page. Wait, I thought he lived in Vancouver. Has he upgraded his accommodations? Listen, there's not a lot of shit guys his age who've spent their entire life behind a desk rerouting money to shell corporations can do, right? It's not like you've learned any life skills. Why are people still chasing top? Didn't it rip like several months ago? Dead cat bounces, Ivan. Dead cat bounces. Yeah, it did. It did. It ripped, but they didn't cover anything on it. So that's kind of awkward. Have you ever thought about how much info you put out there for AI to use? No, not really. It'll get it wrong anyway. I'm up to $14 on my Beyond call. We're in the money. We're in the money. Do you have Greeks on TLT? I do, but no, I don't think they matter very much. I'm not actually in the money? Oh. That doesn't... But your option is green, I assume. But you come in here and watch me eat lunch every day, tenderized loins. Uncle Bruce travels a lot. It used to be a strictly cruise and travel vlog channel before GME and AMC. Yeah, yeah. I remember that. Well, at least he's got a backup plan. He carried his shares of 3M in a briefcase through the frozen barren wasteland of Canada to his broker for a handshake. Those were the days. No problem, Ivan. Could you see top hitting 4? I don't know what it would hit. It's not going to do it based on its options chain, I'll tell you that much. 4560 as likely as 4575 here. Yeah, the rejection on 70 wasn't particularly great. They're selling a lot of calls. They're selling a lot of the call I own, which is not fun. Well, that looks kind of bullish. Yeah, I'll just wait. When VIX 10? It doesn't matter what price VIX is at, JFresh, as long as it's not greater than 13. I don't think he remembers me. Did you change your name? You're wrong there. VIX can't be below 1250 either. Oh, true. Is 70p filled? Go VIX crash? Where's the meaty part of the Beyond call chain? When get Beyond meat? The meatiest part of the chain's at $10. Are you gonna stream GME earnings today? Yeah. Long time listener, first time commenter. Do puts cost same like shares? Fuck. Sometimes. I can't believe it sold Jimmy in 2021 or 2022 or at $27. Sunk cost fallacy is real. Yeah, it is. Watch there be no earnings call or forward guidance. I doubt highly we'd get forward guidance. Are there any scalping strategies you know of that I can do further research on how to implement myself? There's a lot of YouTube stats out there that are total codswallop. Mm. Scalping's just not that hard. I think you're assigning far too much meaning to scalping. Scalping is you wait for volume to tick up, you buy in a direction, you set a stop, and then you try to stop out of it before the run ends, right? Like it's just not that complicated. There's no strategy to it at all. If you're wrong, you take the loss and then you try again the next time. Delta neutral, gamma max, and Vega neutral. I scalp using contracts with 6 months of theta. Any neat options flow, or are we just hanging? Not really. Someone's selling the fuck out of the 45.75 call. That's been. I don't want to call it interesting because as someone who's long the 45.75 call, it's kind of depressing. But maybe they get blown up. It's a bit greedy selling them that close to the money. It's the best instrument to scalp. Yes. Well, you make more money doing it on SPX. You can get too much slippage on ES if you leverage up hard, right? And that makes scalping difficult. But it's easier to like set stops and have defined ranges on ES than it is on SPX. People are way too greedy when scalping, usually. Scalping without an automatic loss on entry? Dumb, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna stream earnings. At this stage, I may as well throw a dart at the list of stocks. It can't be worse than my calculated picks. Maybe not. Is it smart for beginners to only trade one stock for a while? Probably, yeah. I mean, I suggest indexes because if you ever plan to make this a full-time career, you'll probably need to trade indexes. I was a cat lady's friend and back home. Fine, I guess. Could the world run better without a stock market? Maybe. Why need to trade indexes? Volume, partially. Liquidity. IWM is a good starter. No, it's fucking not. You get scared to burn trades to cut losses. Well, yeah, but then you have to ask yourself, would you rather lose $10 or $100? Once you accept that the $10 that you can lose is the cost to play the game, and the $100 is a mistake, you'll get better at it. How do you do stock? That's a good question. I don't have an answer. God damn it. Are they trying to get like 45, 65 puts to capitulate or something? Or they just can't keep it up? This is the worst inverse head and shoulders ever. The market is trash. I know it is. Should I just close these? I guess I don't have any reason to. Why is Apple not dropping? Such a bag of shit. Oh no, did your call go down in value? Teehee. Wow, popcorn. Right in the nuts, huh? Why'd you tell us to full port 4575 Cs? I'll never financially recover from this. I didn't. Was that the market crash? Yep, it's over. Opinion on Google Gemini era. I don't. What? I don't know. What is that? New GPT model, better than GPT-4. So another chatbot. Don't play coy. You know Google's building rockets for space. You know Google and Apple are some of the only of Mag 7 companies that haven't actively pursued escaping poor people. What the fuck? It looks like they're coming for my 4560Ps. It looks like we're just bouncing between the 4560 strike and the 4565 strike. The out of the money puts are starting to fall off though, which isn't a great sign. It's time to let SPX go night night. Gherkin, my beyond 10C weekly is green. Is the part where I start getting actually bullish on the stock and get cooked when I buy 150 shares. Why would you ever want to own shares? That's that's not a good company. Shares don't have leverage. What a waste of money. I don't know when he puts selling off. Bounce time? Because my 10C weekly is green. Well, there's fewer out of the money puts. That doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna bounce yet, but it's trimming. There's actually shockingly little volume in today's expiration. There's actually a lot more volume further out. So there's a call wall at 60, call wall at 75. What a pile of garbage. Head and shoulders on beyond. No. Stop hunting before an impending move not been a thing lately. It's been a while since I've heard you calling it out. I mean, I think some of these have already been like these were stop hunts. There was one back here somewhere that was like a stop loss hunt. I don't remember when it happened, but there was another one earlier that was pretty rough. This is gonna be another 230 drop. Maybe. I don't know. Put side position, like I said, is weakening. I'm gonna look at tomorrow's expiration. This trading range is kind of sad. It's pretty boring. I agree. Tomorrow there's a bunch of calls at 60 and 65. There's a shitload of puts at 70. December. Bit of call interest. December 15. Yeah, 70's a put wall. Interesting. Can you fill in the put side of the chain, please? I'm stuck in the middle with you. Eh. Nah. Oh, it's resistance at the bottom. Now bounce? Higher low? Are we closing at 45.55 like the prophecy has said? I think between 60 and 70. BTC being 44K is just silly to me. Looks like it got rejected off of 44K. Dollar being 104.33 and the market not tanking is silly to me, but here we are. Below 50. Can find out. Here's my thing. I think they're going to close the sold calls. And when they close the sold calls, we're going to bounce. I forgot to use a stop on my call. I'm ruined. Alright. What are you going to do about it? Can you deposit more money? I think they're going to close the sold puts. Not down here. They're going to wreck themselves. HELE? You want to buy a 109, 12.15? Off a triple bottom? Are you sure? Like this is kind of bullish. And earnings aren't until Jan. How do GME tips look? Like they're starting to short. They're turning around. Let's try for 60 SPX. Yeah, we could test it. I feel like they'd be more likely to get put capitulation if they actually let it drop a little bit. But maybe VIX is still too high. How do Beyond tips look? They look fine. Plenty of room to run. How does Dork's tip look? Pretty normal. Hey, Greg, past the $10 put wall and beyond, what are other major resistances? There really aren't any. That's the last big one. Nine is bigger, actually. I can see if anything's moved around a lot, but I don't think so. Yeah. Well, 11's got a little resistance. So does 1250. And then 15 would be the next, like, actually big one. But 10's like net is lower than 9. So it's actually easier to break up from 10 than 9. And then yeah, pretty smooth sailing up to like 1250 from there. And then if it breaks 1250, 15 up to like 21. Tub's just doing nothing again today. There's no covering going on. I got an ad for tiny sausages right after the dork tip question. Dollars on a moon mission. Yeah, dollars rocketing. It's doing good. I just witnessed a murder outside of my house. There must have been 10 or 20 crows in that tree. Are you going to be okay, Dork? Or do you have PTSD now? Oh, this is so boring. That was a solid pun. It wasn't bad. I have a GFV, so yes. You just have one? You know you get 3 of them, right? I have the one where you have 3. Oh. Wait, so you're restricted to settled cash? Boring. Jamie might go crazy again. I don't think it's going to go crazy again, but it can run a little bit. Earnings today expected a loss. If they beat, it's going to explode. You're using really strong terminology. If they beat, it'll be marginally, and I doubt it would explode considering it's already overvalued. Nah, dude, explode. What? Like fucking. It can go to like 20, maybe. I'm not a Jimmy Bear. It's realistic. The options chain doesn't support any kind of explosion. My pants, dude. Saying I shouldn't hedge GME for earnings? No, you definitely should. They can. He's not wrong. They could be. It's not gonna run a lot, but there's room. Jimmy's PE says otherwise. Is the health situation deteriorating? You're looking gray. I was away accepting delivery of my new awesome aquarium. What's the SPX chain looking like? The same. All the interest is concentrated around a $15 range. Do you think it will ever squeeze? No. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Pastor Coin? Muscular Christianity and Bitcoin for the win. Oh god, people that have done minimal research coming in preaching Jimmy Long. What year is it? I think that might be the bull signal. I'm gonna need back those memberships I gifted earlier. Why? Because of the shillery? Seeing SPX going further down today. No, it looks like we got a fairly solid bounce here. I'm gonna say it again. I think we're probably gonna close somewhere between 60 and 70. Crypto dilution is coming. Fun times. Win 4100 again. So fun. Those were fun times. I don't know. One day. Hardest thing is I had to deal with was that GME squeezed. I got in around 30, sold going up all the way to 500 pre-market. Oh my god, 45.65 again. I hate it. Yeah, it's definitely not as exciting as it used to be. I've been investing in Watercoin and converting it into Winecoin. Am I Jesus? I don't know if those are real coins, but they should be. You make one proof of work, one proof of stake. Raw water coin is the real MOASS. Nothing like a good case of cholera. Proof of stake is in my Longhorn coin. My friend said that this was a GameStop channel. I guess not really, right? No, it is. I mean, I don't think you're not going to find your super stock narrative here if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking to make money on GameStop, you're probably in the right place. If you're into buy and hodl and MOASS and stupid shit, you're definitely in the wrong fucking place. I'm thinking of selling dehydrated water. Just add water. Interesting. You could call it H and just put it in a box. And then you add your own 2O. H2Go. Is it? It's the opposite, but still good to watch for reasons. All right, Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. If you're tired of holding GME and want to make money, you're in the right place. I guarantee I could get people to buy it. I mean, yeah, I believe that. I'm long GME until the end. Good for you, man. I want to know where Bob Vance is and how many stars he currently has on Yelp. Last I looked, it was like 4.36. It had not been a good year for Bob Vance. When was the last time you used GME in the video tag? I don't know. I got rid of it so people would stop coming in here and asking me about GME. It hasn't worked. It's hydrogen plus natural flavors, Barius Aquarius. Is the 4550p today's 2 hours to expiry lottery play? No, it's just in case Dorka's right and somehow bulls don't just hold this in place for the rest of the day like they do every day. I sold my puts and bought a call. As my financial advisor who gave me this advice, I'm very displeased. Would either one have printed? So H, same like dehydrated water? Exactly. Can we get a bear song at 4550? You know damn well we're not going to test 4550, Doric. You say it every day and it never happens. I'm tired of your promises. Now red candles make me angry. Ah, okay. You know they still sell puts. Marantz Rants is a fucking moron. How's Tup looking, Gherk? Sideways? Sideways in a 10-cent range like it's been for the last fucking 5 days. I know you don't still believe in MOASS, but do you believe in the December massacre? What's that? Can Tup do a MOASS? No, but it might go up like 50 cents. All my homies hate 45.65. Your homies are right. I don't want to buy a put because I think calls are still the right choice. My entry was just bad. Oh, okay. Ooh, dude, Coinbase is trying to send me free Ripple. I don't want to buy a put because I think calls are still the right choice. Can we sell DIY makeup kits that are just a chunk of coal? Are you trying to pump your BTU? Beyond did a green. I know. Remember when Marantz Rants wore the astronaut helmet for earnings and the price first went up and then tanked? Yeah. The fuck is a Marantz? Yeah, he's like some guy who like lives in his car and talks about GME. Fuck me, I accidentally just sold a Vega play. Oh, that's awkward. Naked? You really shouldn't have as much money in your brokerage account as you do. December massacre is the theory that everything propping this run in December OPEX expiration, so the massacre will ensue after the expiration. I think there's a chance that the massacre occurs before the expiration. Did you answer me 2.67 hours ago when I asked for a good Oxy buy target? I don't know. Go look up Warren Buffett's last SEC filing, average the price he spent, and then try to buy it cheaper than him. Right? So his last filing will have all the prior ones for Berkshire's purchases of Oxy. Add all those together, divide by 2, and maybe try to buy it cheaper than that. That might be a good price. Thank you for not doing more collabs with the crazies. Yeah, I can't do that to myself anymore. Don't judge me, Guac. I'll try not to. What did you do? Are you gonna average down your 45.70? Nah, I could. No. I don't really want to. Is it worth it? 2 to the upside? Let me see something. I might. No. No, I'm not. Positioning's not strong enough. I don't have a lot of confidence in it. He wasn't a bot, Carl. You didn't have to time him out. Major SLD downside just confirmed. Full porting now. I just realized your friend with the OnlyFans addiction is Lenixus. No. No. Lenixus lives on the other side of the world. I got some serious credit on GME cover calls expiring this week. I rolled them all out and up for additional credit. Thanks for taking the price, Gary. Just doing my part, man. Whatever makes you happy, bag holder. MOASS is a certainty. Source, trust me, bro, at gmedd.nft.no-go. Damn it, Gherk, Beyond did a red. Listen, just be happy that it broke 9, alright? If I learn how to do this stuff for myself, I won't see you again, and neither of us want that. What do you think it caused? Downs before next fry? If we slip 45.50, the charm starts going the other way. Another 7K in the bag. Nice job, Navy Nuke. I think I'm anamorphing into a pigeon whale. All right. Well, let me know. There's a lot of build up for this. Better not be jerking me around. Look, Jamie hits $20 overnight. Could. Yeah, it's not unreasonable. They have to beat. Here's my problem. Jimmy is probably really likely to beat on EPS just because the EPS estimates are kind of low. I don't think their EPS will be positive, and I don't think they're going to beat on revenue. So it'll still be negative EPS. It'll be a beat, but it'll be negative, right? And then revenues are going to suck because the consumer's been all over the fucking place this last quarter. If Jimmy runs 200% overnight, will Beyond go to $10? That'd be cool. I don't think so. They're not in any of the same ETFs. Plot twist. Navy Nuke is paper trading. Oh, shit. Let me know when your wings sprout and I'll let you borrow my golden Speedo. TLT puts terrible. It feels overdone here. Do you think rates can test the recent highs again? I actually do think rates can go back up again. I don't know if we'll see the same high that we saw last time, but I do think rates will probably go back up again. Right? The bull steepener is like the most obvious trade in the world, which makes me think it's not the right trade to be taking at all. I think as soon as the shorts are squeezed out of the treasury positions, yields are going to rocket back up. And there's going to be nothing, there's going to be absolutely nothing to stabilize credit spreads. None of the central banks are going to be buying for the next year, right? You mean they don't sell plant meat at video game stores? Not yet. I'm pretty sure trading real money is illegal. EPS 20? You stop it. When face melting V is never an option on that one? No. I already forgot your words. What were you saying? I think Jamie will have decent revenues. I've been buying FTX gift cards all quarter. How about face melting upside down V? Kind of okay with either one of those, to be honest. No, the caffeine's just finally kicking in. It's edging out the cold medicine. Last TLT post? When did I post anything about TLT? Do we need to consider any splits, buybacks, or offerings? Those are all pretty unlikely. I mean, if they were going to announce a buyback, they would have done it last quarter, right? And then I don't think the stock price is high enough for them to pull off an offering without losing the rest of the C-suite. Not that there's many of them left. I still don't know what the fuck adage steepener is. Is it bullish or bearish? Well, it's not bullish for equities. It's bullish for bonds. And it means that the shorter duration yields are dropping, and the spread between them and the longer duration yields is narrowing. Right now they're inverted, so short duration has a higher yield than long duration. And the bull steepener is the process of those uninverting, which is bullish for bonds because bond prices go up. I've been hitting almost every day green since last Monday. Well done, little G-Wagon. That's fucking awesome. Keep it up. Thought it was a tea thing? What's a tea thing? Well, you have to ask Carl about tea things. He's in charge of that. Steeping? It's steepening. Thanks, Sam. The only day where I didn't make money was last Friday, but I just broke even on that. Nice. Is the 30K I threw at top 3 weeklies finna pront? Well, no, because you didn't do that. I'm starting to get GM, but what part does Vega neutral play? Well, it rarely plays one. Stocks are frequently nowhere near where their Vega neutral is. Sometimes they are, though. Currently on SPX, on the weekly chain, Vega neutral is fairly close to spot. And above it, if you're selling puts, you're pushing the market maker long Vega, which has had an effect a couple days over the last few weeks. Because the market maker's net hedge becomes long puts. Fed this year was tilty and pickles picks, a short term play. The longer term position must have just been you casually chatting. Short TLT at the beginning of 24, long TLT at the end of 25. Yeah, I was just talking about a position I took, but that wasn't in pickles picks. The other TLT thing was. But no, I'm not updating that. No, Milkman. Can you look at the BA chart and tell me if you think that is a regard V or a smart V? I think it topped out here for some cover calls. Hmm. Uh, okay, so possibly it's near a top. There's still a little room for it to run, but I would say it's pretty close to a top here. Just be careful. It's there. It could still go higher. Holy fuck, this is boring. Oh, it's not even power hour yet. I did a silly... I bought some pharmacals in a company called ALT. They're way up now, but I don't want to sell if they're going to keep going up. Can you peek at the chart for me? Clueless. I mean, they're a bio company that's way up. I would say that the chances of them staying high for long is slim, but Altimmune looks like it squeezed a little bit. I don't know if it'll keep going or not, though. There's nothing in the chart that's gonna tell you that. I definitely don't have any like options data on it or anything, so I mean, just be careful, set stops, protect your gains. Why is Oxy dumping anyway? Crude's way the fuck down. And they announced a buyout of one of the other Permian Basin extractors. Crown some shit. Can we play Power Hour music so this Bohr story can kick off? Not yet. It's too early. If I play the Power Hour music now, we won't have a Power Hour. I have to play it right on time or it doesn't work. No problem, shaving balls. They didn't announce a buyout. The buyout is rumored. I think it was more than rumored, right? Like, it's not official. I know that, but they want to buy them out. Yeah, so they're one of the finalists in the auction for Crown Rock. Along with ConocoPhillips, Diamondback Energy, Devon, and Marathon Oil. Are you gonna stay for GME later? Yeah. I'll just like fuck off for like 30 minutes until the call starts. Is this a Head and Shoulders? Do I need a put? Sort of? Not really. I mean, this was a Head and Shoulders. This is just a bounce that failed. There's a little bit of put buying going on. And a tiny bit of call selling. Ooh. Ow. If the 60 put goes in the money and that falls off, we could bounce. Thoughts on the triple X ETN? Looks neat. 4x leverage. I love it. December 16, 4,600 bear call spreads, easy money. December 15, 4,600. Selling them now would be a little risky still. Yeah, I don't like selling them just yet. I bet it will bounce off or before 60. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I want to sell, did an awful lot of VIX shorting for very little return. Guess nobody else gives a shit about Google's fucking new chatbot either. Still failed to test 50, huh? Weird. When ETNs are an actual slot machine, I want to buy QQQ 2D puts. Okay. AMD unveils new AI chips. Stock tips. If they were selling the 60, they'll close when we drop below. Oh, shit. Yeah, you might be right. There might not be a call. Atomic. Really? Again? Unfucking believable. Well, I mean, there might be, but look at this. Good job, RC. Stay the course. Jimmy has a short squeeze score of 91. Who gives a shit what Fintal says? Ah, I missed the Power Hour song. See what you did? Everyone, please tell us what you plan on doing in the future. RC, no. What was the financial tool Trades used to push that was like $500 a month? You mean J-Roll? Boom Hunter? Are you talking about Boom Hunter? That wasn't Trades, that was J-Roll. Fucking God, that was stupid. Now he's got new bullshit that he still tries to solve. No, it was something else. Oh, I don't know. Dilf Hunter Pro. Ortex? Ortex isn't $500 a month. It's garbage, but it's not $500 a month. We will be providing no forward guidance at this time. There, I did the GME call for you. Thanks, Boof. Whew, saved me a lot of time, man. I appreciate it. I was feeling a bit under the weather today too. I have CCs on GME that I want to close out before the end of the day, but I feel like we're just going down. Maybe I'll do the smart thing and just buy shorter term DTEs to hedge. They're pricing in like a 22% move. I'm starting to think that RC doesn't give guidance because he has none to give. There you go. We're giving everyone a free dog food with proof of share ownership. That'd be a dividend. Now hold on. That's a fungible dividend. Cool. 22% down. The vol shorter's already wiped off like 10% yesterday. I've been 2 by 4550p, sold 1. Now I have a 4550p lotto for free. Let's go. Ooh. That sounds fun. Gork Forex? What? Are you talking about the dollar rocketing into the stratosphere? Did you see Europe's economy? It's okay though, Doric. We're gonna have 8.9% growth per quarter for the next 4 quarters. It doesn't matter if the rest of the world's roiling in recession, right? Leaked email was the forward guidance. Okay. Close below 4560 today. Imply ouchie downs tomorrow? No, unfortunately. To move in a state of turbulence, Dave? No, with an I. Roil. It might be misused, but I went with it anyway. Can you give us some forward guidance? Not at this time. Greg, win 45.59.99. Don't remind me, okay, JFresh? I don't believe plasma is a real state of matter. Okay, you know, to each their own. Crude spent most of the day at 69.69, so at least we've got that going for us. I'm gonna fill up my car this week. I think I might have broken the 60 support by buying calls. Oh, okay. So this is your fault. What's happening to Beyond? When Jamie drops like a rock and runs tomorrow morning, Jamie shouldn't have any effect on Beyond. They're not even remotely related. Bounce to 45.75, right? Maybe. I guess it depends on if puts capitulate. This doesn't look great though. We're starting to fail 60. I know. Well, momentarily, right? Whoa, Netflix did a re. Which direction? Ooh, yeah. Starting to break down through gamma neutral. Panera Bread faces another wrongful death lawsuit related to its caffeinated charged lemonade drink. How do you die from caffeine? Was this thing gonna actually dump? I don't know. I want to believe it can, but I don't believe it will. I think they'll just close their 45.60 sold puts, and then we'll move back up again. You drink like 15 servings of those lemonades, your heart goes kaboom. You have to drink a lot of caffeine to die from it. You don't die from caffeine. You just have to convince a dozen morons that you did. That's true. All right. First, you take pure caffeine and then you boof 60 grams of it. What's the LD50 on caffeine? So it's 200 milligram, 150 to 200 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. So 175 shots of espresso for a 75 kilogram person. Did the person find like a keg of the fucking charged lemonade and chug it? I knew a guy that used to buy caffeine powder and do bumps of it like Coke. I don't know how well it absorbs through mucous membranes. That sounds just stupid. Had high blood pressure, ADHD, and a mild intellectual disorder. Drank 3 and went into cardiac arrest. But that's not that much. That's way below the lethal dose, right? So it had to have been a pre-existing condition or something. I kind of want to try it now. the 3 charge lemonade challenge. You can make it like a TikTok thing. What's up, Dork? Clonk? It's like 1.2 grams, and the lethal dose is suspected to be around 5 grams. Yeah. Well, depending on how much you weigh, right? It's quite a lot of papers on caffeine toxicity. According to this research, it's impossible to reach the LD50 due to the half-life of elimination of caffeine. The LD50 being 15,360 milligrams due to metabolism and the limit on how much water can be processed by the kidneys. Well, the market is going to 45.50 by the end of the day. Why do you have to say that, man? Was it because you bought a 45.60 call? Should I switch it up? So the beeping, it turns out it was a CO2 alarm that we bought from the old house and never unpacked. I think I'm about to break down hard the rest of the week. It hasn't run its course yet. But today didn't look very good for it. Could be data dependent. I could still see it hit 190. I feel like it's worth pointing out that on average, 50% of people will die before the LD50 rating is hit. Fair. Why did you tell me the Brick B play would mess with my P&L every day? Just subtract it. Or add it. I'm gonna wait a little while longer on IWM, I think. Yeah, maybe. No, I don't know. I don't know if there's an earnings call or not, but I don't think there is one. Futures testing 45.60. There's still so much time left in the day. I don't trust this shit at all. Is there any news? I guess we don't need any, but it'd be interesting if there was. Hey, Glork, more red candles. Yeah, no. Dork right? This is bullshit. He's not right yet. We still have $4 to go. On RRP went up. I don't really see anything else. Biden administration to forgive 4.8 billion in student loan debt. That seems like big news. Inventory's actual negative 4.63, forecast negative 1.6, previous 1.6. It's getting very close. Market was just digesting the job news from earlier. ADP was just down like a little bit though, right? I didn't see anything in the data earlier that was weird. Yeah, ADP unemployment change missed by 20K, but it was only down 3 month over month. By 3,000 month over month. The amount of refinancing going on is kind of odd. Non-farm productivity was up though. That should have been pretty bullish. Unit labor costs are down. That doesn't seem bearish either. No, I don't see anything in the data that would have led to this. Hard V off 45.50. This is weird that we dropped so far. There's very little put interest. If it goes to 45.60, I'm gonna be rich. If it goes to 4,500, I'm gonna be rich. Hmm. 45, 47. Huh. Dude, why the fuck isn't VIX going up at all? GME slaughtered. They're shorting the market to short GME. That's what it is, right? At least Beyond didn't get fucked on that drop. Idiosyncratic, bro. Peruvian Bull making more bag holders on X, it looks like. I mean, Peruvian bullshit. Yeah, not a lot of news coming out. The only thing I can find is the 4.8 billion in student loans, which wouldn't exactly be good for the banking sector. And that news came out right around here. Oh yeah, bank got slaughtered. Dropped like 100 basis points. Sulin's news was yesterday. I showed today, 1447. Yeah, December 6th, 1447. No, we can get stuck at 50. Even if there is put capitulation, it may not drive the price back up. Blink to 182. Stuck at 45.50? No. Well, I mean, popcorn. We're only $3 away from testing 45.55, and you know what happens when we test 45.55. Back in the black hole. Fucking Christ. At this point, I'd be okay with the market just being even more bullish, just so it would move in a direction. Thoughts on Joe? Like, coffee? Joe Mama. Ah, got me. Nice. Roasted. No problem, man. All right, let me check the investor website. What did they'd have the web link up already, right? They've only got the one from June. I don't see a web link anywhere. So I guess no. I think December 15th is still a good date, or should I have gone further? I mean, you don't want to go too far out because then they don't gain value, right? Oh, excellent. Then I can just go to bed. DC Wine, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. Palantir taking a Plotkin. Palantir is a Plotkin. Just weird since I entered today at a break of 449. $1 buffer from 450. Okay. I mean, it's a debit spread, so what are you worried about? Conflicted if I should take profits on long dated puts here or wait for a continued breakdown. Why the fuck would you take profit? I mean, I don't know. How far in the money are you? Gherkin is sad he sold most of his GameStop. No, I'm not. I couldn't be happier. You know, I could buy it all back right now for a $3 discount per share. Don't. I'm not going to. Don't worry. No, I didn't sell it all. I kept like 10,000 shares, but I sold most of it. Nice popcorn. Superstock told me I only needed one share. So I don't see what the problem is. WeBull screen frozen? Oh, sorry, I was just looking at futures. Double bottom, 4 sigma move into close. Let's go. What are your GME earnings predictions? Beat on EPS, miss on revenue. Sell $15 CSPs. You won't be disappointed. Yes, I will be. We need 4 because of the split. Duh. No. Yeah, I'll take a look at the earnings data. But I don't think they're doing a call. I'll take beyond 1020 into close, please. They really tried to short it there. Does anybody even need that much money? Really? What even is infinity divided by 4? Is today's SPX bearish engulfing candle? Oh, Jesus Christ. If you mention engulfing candles to me one more time, I'm going to ban you, hamburger helper. This is crazy. Bull's dead today. Yeah, they really fucking suck. VIX is almost at 13. Everyone complaining that Gherkin sold GME, and it's ironic. He still has more shares than 95% of Superstonk. So too many. Don't kink shame the candle engulfer. I hate candlestick analysis. Descending hamburger on upstart. Melting cheese pattern. I don't hate it because I'm bad at it, Carl. I hate it because it's stupid. With 12p weeklies to hedge my massive GME bags from becoming even more massive, a good idea. Please say yes. No. Buying overpriced puts on GME right before IV crashes is extraordinarily stupid. Made 11K on Monday. Lost 1.5K yesterday. 5.5K today. Time to go to the overnight session without a hedge. Nice. This really needs to bounce, because if it drops 2 more cents, then Dork's going to be right. He's going to make me do that weird dance. He's goddamn motherfucking fucks. Why is it everything can drop, but fucking Apple's still flat? Fuck you, Apple. You can have half of that, Dork. 20 minutes till close. Where's the last 20-minute 10-bagger? I know you got it. I don't know, I counted about like 55 calls. There's so much money though. It's like the market maker knows something. Sneaky. It'd be really cool if Beyond would break Delta neutral before the end of the day. VWAP rocket into close. That's what we want to see. I want to see a 4 sigma move into close. Jimmy 16s have got more expensive all day, although the price has dropped. That's what happens as you approach earnings. Implied volatility goes up. 4 sigma to the downside. Did you buy or sell calls? I'm not playing earnings. It's just a gamble. There's no point. I feel like there's some new people in here. They're about to learn about IV crush and get wrecked on GME earnings. That's very possible. Actually, hold on. The fuck? Oh. Nah, it's not worth it. Looks like gaps at 55 and 63-ish. Gherk, why no? Bad Gherk? But I want more, Dork. No, I'm not gonna buy this. Can you take a look at Save? JetBlue paid $33 a share to acquire. Do you think the price could go back there? That hasn't happened yet. If the acquisition goes through, but I believe it's in trial right now, but if the acquisition goes through, then sure. It's possible. Yeah, it's they're supposed to make a decision soon. That doesn't mean it's going to be a beneficial one, though. Hmm. I'm just going to buy a 50 straddle. Are you holding your top through this week or rolling sooner than later? If nothing happens by Friday, I'll probably roll it. I don't know where I'm going to roll it to, though. Very interesting drop. How many days out do you normally straddle? It depends. Usually like 3 to 5. But it varies. Oh shit, dork. You get the bear song. Bear song. Alright, hold on. I gotta find it. We trying to make it bounce? No, it was bear song. We broke. Not only, hold on, VIX isn't above 13 yet though. Why isn't VIX moving? Oh shit, VIX broke 13. You've made that call all week, Dork. You deserve it. What's up, Greg Berry here? I'm sure you don't miss me. Not true. Do you think holding Netflix 44.45p overnight that expired next week is too risky? Cost basis 490. Already scaled out, but scaled out some, but still have runners. I mean, if you've already gotten some profits taken, Netflix broke down through gamma neutral again today, so it looks pretty good to keep going down. There's some risk with data tomorrow, but there's not a lot of data tomorrow. Most of the rest of it for the rest of the week's on Friday. WeBull actually let me do a straddle in my paper account. Don't you just buy a call and a put? The student loans thing is big news. I mean, it's not good for banks, right? That's a lot of net interest income that's getting shaved. That's what a straddle is? Yeah. I wish I sold this Palantir 18C spreads yesterday. I guess I could be happy with my small Jan position. This is interesting. This is a deep hole for bulls to dig out of. Like, and futures is about to test 4550, which is our lowest point since November, like end of November. Fucking finally. Mm. guess I'll wait on that, but I do want to get them. What are yields doing? Yields are inching back up into the end of the day a bit. Oh, dork. Core 1 month moved back up hard. Tesla good to continue down? Not necessarily. No. I mean, there's no, like, confirmation point here on Tesla. I guess 240, but it's not really a big deal. I'm not going short Tesla until it breaks below 230. What would you consider a great EPS? Anything positive? Closing here is bearish as fuck. Guess I got 30 seconds to get it back to 45.50. Ding ding. What a stupid fucking market, man. Alright, let's see what we got. Yeah, they failed because, well, they'll fail because the closing price is an average. About 245.50p for 15 each and average out at $2 each. Not bad. Well done. Alright, let's see what we got. Quarterly results. Newsroom. I'm not seeing anything. How long does this take? Fucking, are we gonna have to wait like 30 minutes for them to release the earnings data? Beyond seems really strong right now. Yeah, it was a good close. Still not above delta neutral though. If Jimmy starts rising after hours due to positive earnings report, should I purchase 1,000 shares and then sell them for 20 minutes later for a profit? Eh. I mean, if when the earnings drops, it's gonna be like one candle, right? What's up, Bithead? We go on earnings to 1820. We're dropping the morning ostensibly after bad unemployment print. But really just XRT revving back up for Reg Show. XRT is super liquid right now. They don't need to put it on Reg Show. They defended ES 4550. I should have known. Full boarding calls. GME moves for aggressive takeover of Upstart and Top. Thanks, Bithead. Yeah, I'm still sick, but I'll be alright. Here we go. I don't think the data's out yet, right? Just Ben doing his thing in after hours. Forward guidance, AI games are the future. I haven't sold any GME CCs into earnings. I know you were wondering. I wasn't, but that seems like a smart choice. I feel you feel mighty dumb for selling your shares at higher than $15 and missing out on this crazy action. I still have shares. I'm gonna regret it if we open at 12 tomorrow. Forward guidance. We've invested all our money in 5-year bonds. Results out in the newsroom. All right, let's see what we got. We got net sales 1.078 billion for the period compared to 1.186 in the prior. SG&A expenses were 296.5 million or 27.5% of net sales for the period compared to 387.9 or 32.7% of net sales in the prior year's third quarter. Net loss was 3.1 million for the period compared to a net loss of 94.7 in the prior year's third quarter. Cash and cash equivalents securities were 1.210 billion. Long-term debt remains limited to one low-interest unsecured term loan associated with the French government's response to COVID-19. So net loss -1 EPS, which is, I mean, it's still a beat on the expected EPS. Anyway, Bipolar Bear, your words were marked and they were found deficient. $90 days plus. I was spot on, right? They missed on revenues and EPS beat, but was still negative. Look at me go. No guidance? Yeah, I don't even think they're doing a fucking earnings call. How much did DRS increase? Who gives a flying fuck? RC postponed MOASS again. The company will not be holding a conference call today. Additional information we found in the company's Form 10Q. All right, well, I'm gonna fuck off for the rest of the day. Let me go over the end of the day shit that matters. So we close on ES below the bear signal. This really just moves us down to the prior neutral range we were in before. And we're still looking for that break of 45.50 ES that we've been waiting on for like 2 weeks. But we are a lot closer. There's less defensive positioning here now than there was prior. So I think we're in a good spot to start to see things turn around, at least over the next couple of days. Data on Friday is going to be pretty important. So there's still a chance that Friday could see us bounce into close, and then we start moving into like the pre-SLD period where I expect we'll probably see upside unless we substantially lose 45.50 on SPX going into OPEX. So if we lose, let's say we lose 45.25, the charm dynamic going into the expiration is going to flip. Instead of charm flows being supportive, they're going to be negative. The MM will be selling. And, you know, with gamma neutral now around the 45.30 range, we could start moving down really quick if we were to break through those downside resistances. Obviously, the JPM collars at 45.15. So I can kind of just keep picking up from there. But we'll see. Friday's data is still going to be very, very important. Broad commodities down once again today. Double bottoming of their prior low from back in May. This may continue. It seems like there's not a lot of confidence in China's stimulus turning their economy around right now. And we're still seeing major declines in oil and nat gas prices. So you know, one of those is a warmer than expected winter and surplus in inventory, right? The other is, you know, China might not be able to dig themselves out of the hole, and they're just increasing their debt to GDP for no reason. Dollar up, yields down again, but dollar up quite substantially today, another 22 basis points, and back above that 104 level. Remember, if dollar keeps pushing up, that's going to pressure credit spreads wider, and it's going to increase demand on vol, and it makes risk assets a little less attractive, so equities. Core 1 month turned around really hard today. Core 3 month is kind of continuing finding a bottom, but both of those look like we're starting to see increased demand in vol in the indexes, and we're starting to see a breakdown of that dispersion trade. USD JPY is still dropping, so we're still seeing de-risking of the carry trade. But obviously it's not sufficient. I mean, if we go out to the 1 week, it's still fucking ridiculous, right? It's like, you know, well above the great financial crisis levels still, but it is being de-risked actively. That's the 2 hour. I don't want that. I want the 1 hour. Yield on vol is still turning around, following a pretty continuous trend that shows an increased demand for volatility, but not positive yet. So nothing's breaking yet there. Move up on the day, so a little more bond volatility. That obviously helps push correlation a bit. Skew flat, although that might change. That usually doesn't print till after hours. VIX futures up a little bit today. Yeah, 54 basis points. So a little bit of a turnaround in VIX and spot VIX, you know, up 70 BPS. And let's see. Parts of the S&P, so 78.72% of the S&P now, above its 20-day moving average. Obviously still very high, but the expectation is that'll come down over time. GME, you know, missed on revenues, beat on EPS. Actually, they might have beat on revenues. What was the expected revenue? 1.18. Yeah, so they missed on revenues, beat on the expectation of. Oh no, they missed on earnings as well. Because it was 0.08 and it was 0.1, right? So they missed on both. Down 1.82%, 2.2% in after hours trading. Plenty of liquidity available everywhere. I don't think shorting is going to be an issue. XRT and IJH both very liquid after the recent run. So they're shorts are well prepared for a miss here. GME liquidity is astounding, so there should be no lack of ammo to short this if they want to. Upstart starting to turn around a little bit after today's failure at $36. I'd still want a little more confirmation that the trend had shifted on this. It's still above gamma max and highly volatile, but it is starting to turn around. So maybe cautiously short vol positions would be good on it, like spreads. Fubo fell back a little bit today after testing or reattempting a test at 350. Shorting has been pretty continuous on it. Obviously, there's still a decent amount of available liquidity. If they wanted to get it back below $3, it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but I don't think they want to short into Russell continuously rising. So if Russell starts to fall back, I think we'll see Fubo fall back. Top crossed over, but we're still not seeing any volume. So really what we're looking for here is an increase in volume that shows that we're going to see some continued covering and see that, that liquidity impulse come in. But so far hasn't happened. It is inching up day by day, but it's slow progress. Beyond, however, is starting to move and starting to move pretty quickly. We broke through that put wall at 9. Next put wall is at 10. Delta neutral is at 10.20. A break above delta neutral, the options chain's pretty free and clear all the way up to wherever gamma max ends up, which will continue to contract closer and closer to spot as options interest increases at the money. But yeah, I mean, it's up. 50% over like 7 days now. So it should start drawing some attention and some FOMO. And I think we saw a little bit of that today and last night when it ran into close. I think that's about everything. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Obviously, everybody have a great night. I'll get Pickles picks out to you probably around midnight or so. And I'll see you tomorrow. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
this yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.